So we have favorite as the Berbers, starting with stables, unsurprisingly, and we have Brew as the Byzantines, going for a Helvetia start with 2 stables, so pretty classic Byzantine start as well. Probably some of his own camels will be cheaper as well. So you got cheaper camels for both civs, but faster camels for the Berbers getting treadmill crane. Favorite hates Swamp, right? I don't know if he hates it, but I think he's not too good on it. I think that for the sole reason that I've won a game against him in Swamp. Not more insert there, but hey Black Sky, hope you're doing good. And we do have no Eco Kitty so far, so that's great news for Brew. Because the rushing part will be the Berbers getting treadmill crane, getting the stronger rushdown over here. And yeah, still no villager kills, so really nice defense from Brew, getting Helvetiers out as well. So with that start surviving, I kind of like the Byzantines. At least one of the weaknesses they've already overcome, but there's a lot more docks up for favorite. So favorite should have the early on advantage on the water, and overall 9 docks versus 8 docks placed. So yeah, not on the super low end.
Sniped. Only 2 docks up yet.
Yeah.
Oof.
But the castle well is walled in, so he can get that up. But yeah, he will be heavily behind the galleon count. Not too many demos queued by favorite. I feel like a little bit more demos would have been better.
Yeah, maybe. But when you have the early advantage, I guess it's fine. What I don't like is that he's not queuing any cannon galleons from any of the stables, because he already saw a low amount of docks from Brew, and he could just immediately go down on these few buildings that he has. So I think he should have queued a couple of cannon galleons here.
Well, not from the stables though, but yeah. You said from the stables.
The stables say from the stables, I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. From the docks.
Yeah, no worries, obviously, but like, look at that back rate from favorite, like, yeah, killed 6 villagers so far, he's denying all the economy. That's looking really good for favorite now. Favorite doesn't win this, I would be disappointed, says Keda. Okay. Keda probably training with favorite on Swamp? Or just thinking Berbers are so much better? Now the demos from Byzantines don't get any bonuses, are not faster like all the ships from the Berbers. But economy, well, I mean, this Byzantines, everything's cheap. I don't know, the navy isn't cheaper though. 10 to 18 villagers.
And now there are a couple of demos in the queue, favorite, which you really use now against these pikes.
The relic snipe.
There. Oh yeah, indeed.
You trained for this matchup, okay. Nice, nice. It's two Quendy members playing against each other here, so Keller's apparently team favorite. Nice relic snipe, but as we already talked about earlier on the other set, relic's not that important on Golden Swarm, because they can give you a little bit of time if you don't have the middle and it's contestable still. But that's kind of it. But Bruce, the demos not doing that much. I mean, they killed the land army in front, but that's less important than the ships. Ship numbers heavily in favor of favorite though. Oh god, that's gonna be so many not intentional favorite jokes.
Just don't try to not listen at the name, then it's gonna be fine. I like the Ram edition here. The Ram should take a lot of damage.
Seems favorable, right?
I mean, you're doing it on purpose. Like...
It made Keller, like, when it wasn't on purpose earlier, it made Keller do a spit take and he couldn't stop laughing for a good 5 minutes.
Okay,
call him Roger.
Okay, Roger.
Roger that. Okay, so we did the same joke at the same time.
That's
Two great minds think alike. Right.
Okay, back to the game though.
Bruce says Roger that and has scanner gates though. The Rams did the job, I think.
Brew is catching up here. He's killed a lot of melee units from favorite. And KD is almost equal. Now a lot of demos coming in. Those should do the job because the light cap are tanking everything in the shoot.
That's an amazing play by favorite. It's all going down.
Oh, wow.
What? Okay, guys. This is why Berber demos are the best demos in the game. And that's how favorite must win this game now, right? I mean, that moment should not be game deciding how awesome it was.
That's pretty good, yeah. He's also defending his middle with the traps, which is very nice. But now he has no Hussar against the Rams. The Rams could even go and attack the ships here. But they decide to go back for some reason. Maybe
lose him, the Trebuchet kind of wants to save him until he has army around him, I think. Eco development also out of wood for Brew, out of wood for favorite too. Favorite is at 101 villagers, while Brew is not. Still not struggling on food for a long while. Could sell it even. Did anybody sell food yet? Did you see that?
I didn't check, no. I guess it's going to be a bit hard now for Brew to
instantly lost the castle.
Military, because he only has food.
True.
So I don't know what are his options. He's doing Hussar now, which I guess is decent, like as we have seen. The back is kinda protected, I guess, for favorite. Maybe he could wall a bit, like with buildings on the top side, but other than that, I'm not sure what he's going to do with the Hussar.
Somebody sold wood? What? Why is the wood price down on Golden Swarm? Somebody did a mistake.
Mistakes were made. And the Ram's really good here, like taking up a lot of damage. The ships.
Yeah, Bruce playing that nicely. But another demo mask could kill the ships and the Rams. There's the demos.
With demos, nice hits, and now he's retreating, and the demos will not get killed, and still faster, so they will get a couple of nice shots, also on the Rams. Those are pretty nice shots. 60 KD up here for favorite.
What's the no
putting on the bottom? The bottom is now getting raided by camel archers after the castle got destroyed. So now the wood's going to be even more dire for Brew.
First to say wood has big advantage? What? For the start with camels or what?
Cannon Gale is dying for free for
Brew. If they did it later.
He also doesn't notice the raid. Not looking good for Brew now.
What happened to his ships? Okay, some still in the
died.
back. Rams are going forward. We'll catch the trebuchets.
Yeah, the traps.
But favorite being really annoying with his cav archers all around. So much happening here.
Yeah. Now he noticed the raids and the traps. Now 2 traps in Brew's eco basically. Just charging forward. Not sure where they're attacking. Now the castle. Okay.
Under the TC fire. Villages could pop out, I guess. But yeah, it's looking really good for favorite. It's also on that top wood line now. I mean, enough wood for in the bank for Brew, but it's being really annoying and it's giving him middle control. Not fully, but he's the only one mining gold there. And Brew's population is looking a bit worrying. Doesn't have enough gold, because they're all idle because of the raids.
I like the defensive castles by a favorite in the back. Brew doesn't really have any defensive castles, but he has like 1k stone. Didn't he have like 3k stone 1 second ago? Did he just sell stone? Or was I mistaken?
It only says he sold wood.
Okay, then I'm mistaken, I guess. But he could place like 1 or 2 more castles in his eco to defend.
Another raid coming from the north. Maybe he wants to save it to get them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, still no cannon gains for favorite, or like he's not really doing
demos.
They get elite cannon gain, right? Under a castle, it's not too amazing. But Brew's not reacting, then it's amazing. I think if Brew instantly went back behind the castle, then it shouldn't do as much.
The problem is that it's kind of hard to react. If there are 12 demos coming in, sure, the castle can snipe like 3, but the demos will be still at least as fast as the galleons, especially when the galleons retreat very awkwardly, and then nothing is shooting the galleons beside that one castle, so that demos will always hit. And it's so difficult on this, also on this water, which is not very like deep. You only have the small water patches, and you don't have much space to escape even. So, yeah.
I mean, you can spread him out like he's doing right now. Still not doing too much, but
Still
I
very
think if he
decent
instantly
plays.
saw them, he could have went behind the castle. But yeah, now they're coming in one by one. But like the Burma demo speed really makes a big difference.
Yeah, look at that. They're
They are
killing.
already normal demos are already faster than Galleons, and these are a lot faster. 202 speed against 164 speed. That's quite some difference.
Well, the halberdiers are going down to the demos, and now the camels can just clear the rams while there's a castle push by favorite in the middle, taking the gold from the middle.
Oh, he has his own demos, but
No,
still the demos are getting through. The middle trap war. Oh, it's only one trap. Another castle attempt by Brew that could instantly get sniped. The camels are just killing the villagers, so he doesn't get it up. Camel archers are standing around there as well. This is super chaotic.
Camel archers are doing pretty well. Sniping a lot of villagers.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't think camel archers would be... Huh. Camel archers in middle seem odd. On the flank they're great though. Yeah, now he can kill that castle. Brew, delete it! Oh, Brew! He's shooting at the other castle. And it gets killed. I think Favorites winning the middle here. We do have cannon gains for Brew. Favorite's still refusing to make cannon gains, but he's making it happen without. And cannon gains are super expensive, so cannon gains are a big risk. And they're not doing much for Brew here. They're killing trebuchets. But I think he made too many. Probably needs his own demos more than anything. But also his gold's running out at home, and the camel archers are continuing to raid the southern gold pile, idling Brew's economy. And yeah, Brew calls it. GG, well played, 2 favoriting him one.
Indeed.
Are you also saying indeed now?
Yes.
Oh, you went around back then, right?
Back when?
Yeah, what's this indeed meme? When True was casting Deathmatch Rising Star, there was like a meme about him saying indeed all the time.
No, I don't know about that. I just like the word.
Yeah, all the mathematical math PhDs like the word indeed.
I would say that is a wrong assumption that you make.
Come on, yeah.
You make an assumption
It's
for
false
general population from two examples, so that's not really not a good idea.
That's how statistics work.
Yeah, no, not like this, bro.
Come back stronger. Yeah, good kitty for a favorite. Amazing demo shots by him. More amazing than my statistical knowledge, at least if it concerns my jokes, which were also not too great jokes, I admit that. But yeah, the favorite wins game 1. And I believe that you just have to make a bad joke often enough that it becomes funny, right?
Maybe that's
Home epic for Brew. Runestones, Cavaset, or Atacama on the menu.
I think I think both of them will just play it in the order they picked it. So I'm predicting Runestones now. And then Marketplace.
And then Atacama.
Yes. No, Cavasan.
Ah.
Actually, 4 legs could be an option then. 4 legs or Cavasan then. I'm really like...
switching between the pairs, yeah. I don't think it's going to be 4-0, so we won't see that.
I'm like salty that there's no Salt Marsh. And also...
yeah, favorite map picks are kind of low, right?
Yeah, very low.
I failed to make a joke out of Cavasan or Atacama, I'm sorry. I just tried to think of one.
For Cavasan and Atacama, they have like the middle going for them, so what can you... in Marketplace they do as well, but I don't know how to make jokes about that. You can't make jokes out of everything. If you only make jokes, then basically you're not doing jokes anymore.
True. Isn't playing in this one. So it is Runestones, and how the way this works is Brew picks 2 civilizations, and then favorite one picks one of them that he wants to play, and Brew will have to play the other one. What did Brew pick in the past? Do you remember?
I can look it up, but against me, he picked. Well, I picked Kavasan, so he didn't have the option to pick. Is it Kavasan? Or is it Runestones? Sorry, I missed it. Against me, he picked
Slickypedia.
Magyar Hans.
It's Runestones. Magias and Hans, yeah. But
Oh, okay.
can be balanced because Hans are better early on and later on Magias, right? Keller's life is a joke, so he's apparently really fun. Nee?
This is live, right? So there shouldn't be any spoilers about
This is live, yeah.
So I don't care. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to be around then. Yeah, okay.
14 novel. Well, we're waiting on it. Should start any second. I think they have started. And glad to see you. Novel number 5. Not Mambo number 5. Berber's Italians
Okay,
on
bro.
Runestones. What? What did he say? Okay, bro?
Like Mambo number 5.
Ah.
Like we're making song jokes now.
That wasn't even a joke. It was just an association.
Okay.
Free
I found another bricks in the wall pretty good, to be honest. And yeah.
Yeah, that one was good. But it was against Italians. Shouldn't Italians just win that? What do Berbers do against
Well, favorite
Genoese?
Berbers.
Am I too much thinking unique unit here? But camels?
Yes,
yeah,
I think
Italians could die to the rush. Again, only getting pikemen, but if Brew clumps a bit, and I think he's pretty good with that.
Italians also have cheaper bombard cannons, so.
Yeah, without siege
Weak
engineers,
bombard
but
yeah, okay, that's true.
but they've got Hussar to snipe them as well. Like if the camels of all die to the Genoese. Keller's also thinking Italians should clap them. I think Italians should clap.
Berbers have elite Genite, so they can just, you know.
Genitors, you mean?
They call it Genite in German, sorry.
Yeah. But Genitors should also die to Genoese, right? And I would hate to cast a matchup between Genoese and Genitors. That would be hell to cast just for the speaking of it.
Maybe we should also put some Denisseries on the field then.
Jennies, Genitors, and Genesis, Jinu, Jala. Well, we're certainly going to see Genoese, because it is indeed the club start for Brew. Let's go! Predict it! Did I send you the code?
No, you sent me a link. No, you didn't send me. No, I thank you.
Okay, sorry. It is also the 6 hour for us, okay? No, also international people didn't understand that. But we also have a lot of castles for favorites, so he's going Camel Archers against Genoese. Shouldn't Camel Archers just completely die there? And I mean, he doesn't have any ranges up, so he can't deny the clump.
He's going Onagers though, so like running away from a faster unit because Onagers are behind you, so he will still take damage. Like if he has the Genoese, and then Onagers are going to shoot him, and he has to retreat, and at the same time the Camel Archers are shooting, maybe it's fine.
Yeah, Berbers do have the better Onagers than Italians, getting siege engineers. But I think the cheap bombard cannons should be enough to defend the Onagers. But obviously, favorites eco development Favorite's development should be quicker here, accounting for the clump of brew, but with also that amount of castles, Favorite thinking about relics really early, and in Runestones it makes even more sense. Has mixes of camel and cavalier, now going for more camels, which is super odd because there's no cavalry. Favorite has to DQ those camels. Okay, there's some stables coming up for brew, but he's mainly going Genoese. Favorite should try to get up some forward castles before Brew has the stronger army. Yes. But he made 4 at home.
Where would you put
Against the
that forward
clump, which I
castle?
think
Where
is
his onagers are? Is that forward enough? Because like on the hill in front of Brew's base is a bit risky on that small hill on the
Right,
left
that's
side.
where I would have put my first castle instead of 4 on the base and then 1 here on the other hill. Like,
Yeah,
go
okay.
that route, maybe. There's 2 golds there in the south, so that's kind of where he wants to attack, I think.
But I think
Leave him only the main gold.
Brew will have a hard time pushing through the middle. The middle is very open, so being very open would mean the Berbers, the Berbers can run in from the side and try to clear up the siege.
We're gonna see a lot of fighting in the left side, I predict, because it's 2 golds there for Favorite. I guess that's a neutral there. So the top side is also better for him, but I think it makes more sense for Brew to secure the south first with his golds there and then push over the left side.
I would always like to see some camel archers going around where the cavaliers are and protecting the castle
But he will
spots.
get the monk.
Yeah, he will send his own monk, but that monk will not make it. Well, maybe it will, because the
Maybe
cavaliers...
it will. If the cavalier leads the pikeman away, okay, future play. Let's go, Favorite. I love my relic snipes.
Right in the middle though, and all the... well, actually... Yeah, okay, now the Onager Shots them in, and now the cavalry...
Yeah, that's like not big fight army. It's just some Genoese going randomly forward. But look at the amount of onagers from Favorite. He's really scared of Genoese. No, they're just with some bombard cannons. Right? More siege workshops being placed. And the monk dies to the castle. Sad times. But 2 relics for Favorite already.
Yep, but Brew will get the other 2, so 3-2. Pretty equal. And now the Onagers are just clearing everything.
Brew, Earth to Brew, okay. Saves the Genoese because Favorite was shooting at them.
Interestingly enough, Brew made Onagers and not bombard cannons.
That is weird. And see, there's no siege engineers there. The Hussars trying to snipe going to the Onagers, but all getting cleared. And now it's just the Onager micro battle.
Yeah,
Cavalier
well,
doing a
pretty
job
equal,
there.
I would say, but Favorite just had more.
Favorite's not sending in his Onagers and his cavalry is fighting the Genoese. Favorite needs to send his Onagers into the battle.
Yeah,
there we go.
Although he has less army, still clearing more.
At least the cavalry is cheaper for the Berbers. But the Onagers aren't in the best position. Is this Frost versus Brew? Hey Hydra! Frost already played a set earlier. If you want to watch back the VOD, you were there though. This is just a commentary on how many Onagers there are on the field. But it isn't. It isn't Frost versus Brew because he's losing them now, and they were off position. That's not very Frosty to do.
Well, it's not Frost 9. It's Frost 1. So.
Frost 1. Okay.
It starts with an F and ends in a 1. So Frost 1. Pretty sure.
Let's go back to that. Zayu has no clue what I did.
What did you do? I'm not watching the stream.
No.
Did you do anything on the stream?
No, I didn't do anything.
Did you say anything? Man, I'm not... please. This is not nice. You're making me mad now.
I changed the scoreboard.
You changed the scoreboard to what? Frost 1 against Pro. So you did do something on the stream.
I said no with a totally ironic face. I streamed 2 F Frost 1, yeah, that's
your
better.
voice and not your face. Like, okay, big raids on the bottom now from Favorite with his Hussar, which I think are a very good idea because all his castles from Brewer in the middle because he clumped. And so he has less protection on the sides, only 1 castle on the left, 1 castle on the top. And the farming econ on the right side totally exposed. Now adding a castle, but a lot of villagers will go down there. And also the traps in the middle just dying like totally uncontested here.
January is completely out of position, so Frost, favorite one, getting really good kill here. That's the two goals, right? The two goals we talked about earlier. Now the Januaries are coming and will push this back. But only 63 villagers left. Really, really effective for favorite.
Alright, now also killing a lot of units in the middle with a couple of onagers he has there. So he's playing in a lot of places at once.
He kind of needs to play around the January's ball, right?
Yeah, he
like
does.
that movement. Now he's losing a lot to the Januaries. The Januaries are under the castle, and he's hoping that Brew will go back. But Brew's just like, no, I want to kill camel watchers.
He could have gathered some in the castle, and now the castle would have just killed the January's one shot.
Yeah, true. Why did favorite not garrison? That's like a big mistake. He lost so many camel archers there, and they are more expensive than the Januaries, right?
Yeah. Raids now coming in from Brew, never mind, he's just patrolling there. Yeah, I think favorite has to keep those raids going and deny Brew from gold. At least as much as he can. Actually, maybe denying from gold is not the best idea. I think he should play the very long game and deny him from wood. Although this is not the World Cup map, so it might be tough.
Because there's stone? Or why do you say it's not a World Cup map?
Because there's less wood on the World Cup map.
Ah.
And without Januaries, this is like easy win for whoever.
Yeah, but unlike Hezi earlier, there is, well, that's only 5 castles for Brew. We probably could get one on this hill here now. And now he's pushing over that left side that I talked about would be the Brew pushing route, I guess, even though there's a hill above that gold, so pretty good defensible position there for Brew as well. On the top side, only stone, that gold. Yeah, we're running out of gold pretty much already. For Frost. He has a 5k bank though. Now I said Frost, I'm gonna have to change the score back.
This is gonna be so confusing for anybody watching the VOD. Oh, Frost not even playing. Frost is watching, I think.
Well, it would make sense, right? This is his opponent in the semifinals being determined.
Yeah.
And Brew indeed getting a castle there to the left side. Sorry,
I did cast those games. I didn't want to spoil anything. For which games did you cast?
I casted Frost vs Hezi. I did not cast
okay.
Andy vs True yet. That's coming after.
Ah, that was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was in the opera.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, not bad, right?
Frost
Frost needs to see who gets to clap him. Kappa, yeah, Kappa. I don't think there will be a clap. I think it will be a really good semifinal. Really nice raids for favorite. Once again, like Brew, castle position's not optimal, right? He could play one castle around his farming eco more. He's also a very exposed farming eco on the left side. Italians also get Hussar, so he could go for his own raids. But raiding advantage big time with favorite and using the mobility. That is far greater for him because there's so many Januaries on the field and blocking the army pop of Brew. And he lost that castle on the left again.
This is gonna be a really long game. I mean, his castle wasn't really good on the left hand side because it was too far forward, I think. He lost his castle next to the goals and then he rebuilt it there, and now he's rebuilding it again between his TCs. And I'm gonna predict that this will get sniped in like maybe 10 minutes or so once favorite finds out. At second castle even, so 2 castles on the bottom. So next to a big push, if there will be a big push on one side, will again come on the bottom and probably raids on the top, and he's already preparing the Hussar on the top.
Yeah, but that's why I said that should be the side where Brew's army should, right? Push forward, like keep his army together. Brew wants to fight in one spot here with this.
Well, that makes sense, but now
he had favorite throw away all his camels.
Yeah, well, right now? He also lost
no, in an earlier fight like 5 minutes ago, we talked about the farming.
Oh, that one, yeah. And now in this open field, it's easy to snipe the bomber cannons. I guess also a bit of mispositioning here. But the numbers are just too low for Brew. He's just doesn't have enough numbers yet.
Yeah, if Brute had his own hussars as a meat shield, right, that would be so much better. The ideal
Yes.
composition for Italians here and also in free falls is hussar, Genoese, bombard cannon. And I think that's also a composition you want to play here in the mid game.
He still did very decent, which just shows the power of the Genoese. But look at the gold bank. Like, Favorite has 8k gold and Brew has Favorite has 6.4k gold and Brew has 7.5k gold. But he's out of wood and out of food, so Raid's really effective now.
This is live, yeah. The set after will be Rex. This
Now
one
Brew's
is
adding
live as it can be.
Another castle in his eco. And now here's coming what I told you about. He's raiding on the top and preparing to push on the bottom left, which is going to be scouted now by 2 Genoese and a couple of pikemen.
Yeah, but still, like, I really hate the fact that Bruce's army is always in the middle. Like, the middle isn't important to attack.
I guess he wants to have them there because he wants to react as quickly as he can to both sides, but he can't because Genoese are just extremely slow. Now
he's not reacting, right? He saw them with the 3, but he didn't send his army, only sending it now.
Yeah, this castle will go down, and maybe the next one will go down too. I think Favorite could even waste his army here, just to kill, not waste, like take not so Favorite fight.
I wouldn't want him to waste the. Like, the banks go away quicker than you think always, I think. So I wouldn't want to waste the camel archers.
No, not wasting, but like buying time, you know. It's an intentional, like, taking not the best fight, as he's doing right now. Now he's retreating, okay. I guess it's fine if he gets that castle, which he will not. I think it wouldn't get repaired.
Okay, one goes down.
Wow.
Oh, super close, like 1 second timing. But he did lose a lot of camel archers there. But he has another ball there, 36 and 4.4k gold with the better relic distribution, only 3-2 though. Brew has fixed his economy, 119.50 farmers for both sides, and Brew is starting to add hussar. So, I think the longer the game gets, the better for Brew.
Yeah, well, it depends if he can get the wood lines. He still has enough wood in the back of his base, but at some point he won't. And now Favorite is going for the raids again while defending the middle himself.
But they're equally wood dependent, no? They're both going for the unique artillery units, so both kind of need the wood.
Yeah, but the Favorite has a map control, so he could just take wood somewhere.
I don't like the fact that Crew is just attacking through the middle. It's not where the eco is.
It's still the point where he can defend from easiest. Raids now again from Favorite on the bottom and on the right hand side farm, so a lot of villagers going down for Brew, who only has, well, 3 traps from which 2 are going down, so pushing power is going to be gotten immediately here.
It's also nice here there to sit the army on for Favorite, so... I understand the relocation argument, but...
Onagers are too strong, man.
It's also super easy for Favorite to have his army there, right? I mean, it's generally easier because of ability. But generally... Yeah, you're on top of the hill now, but you're dying on top of that hill, Mr. Brew. Favorite is playing really strong. Completely agree. He's doing this great. Like, he's doing exactly what he needs with a, I think, worse Civ that has a mobility advantage, and he's using that to perfection.
He again has a couple of traps prepared in his base, so I think we'll see the same move again. But I have to say, like, Brew still out of wood, out of food, but he has 9k gold now. So gold's getting up and not down, and he's not mining a lot. I mean, 20 villagers on gold, okay.
Yeah, at some point...
But he still has some to mine, and Favorite is out of gold miners. He doesn't have any gold to mine anymore.
And so somebody said in chat like 20 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, both are doing the 10k challenge. But I mean, the one getting it is Brew, and Favorite's down to 3k.
Yeah, those pushes are expensive, so he has to capitalize on the castles going down and then raiding. And now he's running with a couple of units for taking a fight in middle, but that's not a good fight for Favorite. It's a really bad fight for him. Just lost all his Hussar, and the remaining cavalry will just snipe the Onagers. And now he'll go forward with Genoese and try to snipe the camels. Okay, but the Onagers actually survived.
Like it's going for bad for Brew always when he doesn't have Hussar. I think if there's enough Hussar midfield, like the Italians should win the fights.
Yeah, now the push is coming from the top right-hand side.
Yeah. Ooh, 6 trebuchets. Yeah, the side switching from Favorite is perfect. Nothing to defend there. Will he see it? Now he can see it. But he's still trying to push the middle.
On the bottom for Brew. Brew is will still have stone for one more castle.
There. Just in time. Brew is getting there because his eco is too bad to support more gold units. Sad but true. And that's the gold there in the north, right? That will be mined by Favorite now.
Could, yeah.
I guess. He's hoping. He's sending villagers.
I think Favorite should even consider going back. At this point, he killed the castle, he killed the sea. He's going for another castle though. But Brew's army is there now, and the Onagers are not there for Favorite. Favorite's Onagers are just gone. Did he kill them? Where are the Onagers?
Yeah, they're dead.
Okay, he is going back now. Bit too late, I think, but okay. Now
we'll lose one trap, I think, and save the rest.
Yeah,
big Hussar raids, but there's 2 castles now, so that's... I mean, they're still like in the middle of the economy of Brew. There's like these holes where you can raid where there's no castle, because his castle placement is a bit off.
And now Brew has no more stone to mine, so he can build one more castle, which I think he will most likely put on the right-hand side where it was. Maybe a bit more defensive even.
I think he should put it just in the middle of his farming eco. Where the Hussar are right now. That's constantly getting raided. If there's one more castle, it wouldn't happen. But that means he can't do any wood control castles, which would be bad. But I think that's because he plays too many bad castles already.
He still has to survive 2.6k gold more from Favorite, but I think he can do that. He still has 9k, so... As long as he can somehow protect his food eco, maybe he should just... well, he doesn't have the wood, but protect his eco with buildings a bit more, so there's no entry for the...
Yeah, walling, yeah, could make sense with seed workshops. But yeah, his wood count, he really needs... What are all his villages
nice snipe on the traps though. All the traps will go down to the Hussar here. This is really good for Brew, because Favorite will not have the gold in long term to support that many traps. All the traps will just go down here.
Should Favorite go skirms? No, Brew will add Hussar, right?
No, I think skirms are just not correct. Probably more Hussar to defend his traps. He could also do camels, but camels again are very expensive. But would do pretty well. I mean, I like the Onager. I'm not sure where his Onagers... Ah, there he has some Onagers now.
Yeah, it's trying to go for the left side again. But Brew walling there now, right?
Stream sniping.
Stream sniping.
That's a hard accusation. But, oh, actually Favorite now cutting the wood there. That could actually be an option to cut the wood. Maybe, yeah, maybe that wood. Maybe on the other side, I'm not sure.
but he was like, let's go to cut through, and then he saw Brew has Hussars there, and he's like, no, maybe not. But he has more Hussar, so... It's open, why is he taking down the houses? He needs anything against Genbo? True? I mean, Janitor would at least be mobile. I mean, it would be lovely to see Janitors. But they're also nothing against Genbos, so yeah. Onagers? I still think Onagers, yeah. Bombard Cannon even, but that's more expensive. Yeah, the Onagers and Fabrus making progress now.
Kinda equal military numbers here, but it should be way better army for Brew. Sniping the Onagers as well here in the back. So not getting any shots on the January so far. Now getting closer. Okay,
survive. But that's just a trap.
Castle will survive. And the trap will go down.
Yeah, that's enough to repair.
So let's think about this fight. So I think that was really cost effective again for Brew. Oh, maybe not.
Not anymore with that shot.
He only lost like a lot of Hussar and 2 traps compared to like 20 Camel Archers.
Yeah, but
And
Favorite also didn't lose so much. This still at 3k. Okay, now it's sinking in gold, adding more Onagers and more Camel Archers. Yeah, killing Camel Archers is really good for him, right? He can make endless more Generals with his 8k gold. So even if it's equal trades gold-wise, it's fantastic trades for Brew.
yes, I think. Yeah, I think the Baba unit could really make sense. Just build 30 of them and come from the side when his Hussar are fighting in the front, and then fight at the back. And when the Hussar try to fight them, just go back. Might not be the best unit in the game, but might still be cost effective against the gold unit from Brew. Problem is though that Brew still has 7.5k gold, and I don't think there's any way that Brew loses this game.
Is the game sound too loud for you guys? I have a feeling maybe it's too loud. Please tell me.
For me, it's absolutely perfect.
For you, you're not on the stream, right?
No, I'm not.
All good? Okay.
No target firing the
Maybe just turn you up a
archers.
little bit.
Favorite. Yeah, but there's no gold in the bank anymore for favorite. Food count also dropping. And Brew still has 7k gold in the bank. It's crazy how much gold he still have.
Should be
Yes.
5% less. I'm gonna change it up.
Hello, Bricks.
Massive fights in the middle. Brr to the X. Mal to the Da. W to the Negor. And Keller. 3 for... Oddly specific on the sound, guys. Is Brew is taking this one out?
Yeah, I think
No gold
favorite.
left for favorite and only 16 Camel Archers. Will not be enough. Once there's the Husamichi, Italians dominate.
Maybe he'll try to win this game by raiding now, but that will not make him win. 83 farms for Brew compared to 88 for favorite. But yeah, well, I don't think he will try much longer.
Yeah, I noticed, Keller. I could have said vent to the Igor. There's a weird sound outside my house. And hey, get out of my game castle by the ostrich. I mean, yeah. Favorite is
Even
150
an
pop
aggressive
now.
caster from Brew.
There we have the archer in the
remaining
Senate.
sound.
We see Jenny Tours.
We will. No, skirms. The
Finally
skirms
ran
just
there,
died
Nico
to the
gets out.
Hussar, they can't even run away.
Yeah, but the other thing just dies against the Gen bows.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I mean they have 8 range, so 8 range is pretty good compared to 7 range. Well, this is over.
Yep. And I think we have ourselves a series, as they like to say. The 1-1 from Brew after... I think it's more of a Civ win, because Favorite did play this really well. I don't know what he could have done better, honestly. Or then it's also a strategy win, right? With Brew offering something that tricked Favorite. I mean, Brew also played good, but... I don't see how Favorite could have played this much better.
I think he should have made 2 pushes on both sides at the same time, with casts going up on both sides and having 2 or 3 traps on both sides. And then once Brew decides which side to defend, because he probably can only defend one side, because he needs this unit mass of archers, he will then unpack his pack his traps from the side that's being defended, move them back, and send all his mobile Cav army from the one side to the other side to continue with that push. That's a very, very hard tactic to pull off, though.
Yeah. Also with
But
limited
well,
pop, right?
you ask what
But
he could
yeah.
have done better. I think that that's something he could have done better. But it's extremely difficult.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you could have stood on 1 foot while building a
I mean-
house and then also solving the, I don't know, the world
No, I
hunger
think it's
problem.
easier than that. I think that's doable, you know. He's sniping a lot of archers here. He's still trying.
Yeah, but there's
Bruce,
a
Bruce
Hussars on
Goldcon
them,
is
right?
going down though, to be fair. So he only has 4.6k left.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 81 farms for Berber player. Genitor would have flipped this game. But who wins Genitor versus Genbo? Does the Genbo win? I mean, Favorite's trying everything. He is doing too bad, like, prolonging this game. But is there anything that Brew might have a problem with, resource-wise? I mean, he can't defend. No, that's... What? The Grande Amigo takes it back to the close set we were hoping for so far. Earlier skirms could have won. Yeah, like Keller was talking about like a time window when there was no Hussar for Brew because he was too low on food and wood. And there maybe skirms in the middle binding or like skirms also on the sides maybe scaring the Genbus away. Could have been nice, yeah. I can get behind that. Brew
Yeah, I
with a
mean,
better kitty and a superior armor winning
also,
though.
like I talked about pushing on two sides at once. I think maybe pushing on one side could have been enough if he pushes with castles. He has the stone because he didn't use it to protect his eco a lot. So he had like 2 castles for stone, maybe 3 if he buys them because he had the gold. And then commit on this and go for a 3 castle push. So if with a trap advantage, you should be able to completely destroy one side of Brew there. That could have been enough. And then mine the gold maybe from that side. And stone, for that matter.
Agreed. Look on how much gold Brune through. Was that the joke attempt? 21k for favorite, 18k for Brew. So, well, he all had still 5k, right? So not that much burnt through, but kind of 5k. And waiting for a code for game 3. So I'll be back in 1 minute. Are you sticking around for the next one? Zayu?
I will have a look at the matchup and then we'll decide.
Okay. But
At
I'll
least
see
3
you
more
back.
games, so I don't know. I can't make this, I think. But maybe I can.
Oh, I just meant the next game, not the next set.
Yeah, no. No, the next set I'll not be, definitely not.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Any questions in chat? Anything you want to know? I want to know something. We have 7 past 12 a.m. So signups for Deathmatch World Cup 5 should be over. When can we expect the brackets? Oh, thank you, Kayla. That's very easy to answer. No, I have no idea. Thank you very much, though. I should ask Otter about the brackets or about how I am so handsome? How do I get so good like you, Zayu? Well, I think changing your name could help. Like that already worked once for you, right? So maybe you should try that. Other than changing your name, I guess training. That's all there is. Any suggestion? Yeah, I mean changing your name, like when you changed to Rigni, your name, right? You immediately won the game. So I guess it worked pretty well. But yeah, I guess training is the better option long term.
Brick's getting free coaching, I hear.
What kind? Well, the guy who you want to be like, you wanted to be Regni, so I mean, okay, Regni wanted to be you, but you did it to him as well. So if you want to be as good as I am, then you should just put your name to Zayu. Then you will be as good as I am for one game. But it only works once in your life. So I would consider training. So Keller asked a question, and I should forward it to you. So how am I so handsome?
Who? Keller or you?
Me.
I don't even know how you look.
Is handsome something from the looks? I thought it's something from the like being like nice, something like this.
Ah, okay. I don't know how. I don't know how you became that way.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's good looking. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Handsome is looks. Oh, okay. Thanks for that. My English is not the best.
You know how he looks handsome. They haven't sent me a game code.
Oh, okay. It's like defining handsomeness with handsomeness. Hmm. Or you could define handsomeness by my name. That would be interesting. But I don't think many people would agree.
Do you find the game?
No, but we can also watch the M game Anand 94 Rockstar against Devil Cries on it's a deathmatch on Pilgrims.
What, on Pilgrims? It's Tifa's favorite thing.
How tall I am? Okay, we make a guessing game in chat. How tall I am? Everybody has one vote, and closest one wins. First number counts. Okay, Keller's
Okay,
guess
you are
is
166.
yeah. Units, please. 180. That's a very average guess, which can be good.
We have a game.
All guesses in centimeters or meters, please, so it's obvious and not in yeah.
You're tall and all, but what do you think about Saracens versus Berbers and Marketplace? Because that's game 3, what Brew picked.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it
Wow,
with the number.
Really fast. Let me not speed up that fast. Market taken by Brew. And we have a lot of camels running around. 1 villager kill for Brew so far. I only got the number from Keller in chat, so I don't have more. Sorry.
Look at the number of stables from favorite, who again has to play Berbers, third game in a row. He should be really comfortable now with those. But I think Saracens are favorite.
Berbers with Saracens? Saracens should be better in the long run, no?
That's what I said. I think Saracens win.
But looks like early on, Berbers with a massive amount of stables doing really good here. Mamelukes being added by Brew. I don't really understand that. But they got buffed. Maybe they're better against camels now, but I don't think so. They only got buffed against skirms. Berbers should win easily, says Brix, because he's in love with Berbers, probably. And Favorite denying a castle on the left side as well. And pushing Brew back quite heavily. Already getting castles up on all his trades. So, once again, better start for Favorite one.
Yes, he has a better start. He also has cheaper camels, so he can produce a lot of them. But we're stronger camels, so I think the Saracens camels will just dominate.
If there's Mamelukes out, Janitors could be really legit, actually.
We'll not see them. Just give up on that idea. I think he probably doesn't even know they have this unit.
But like every time there's Berbers involved, someone in
It's
chat
a
will
really
see
good fight for
Janitors.
favorite though. There's now surrounding all the units and killing all the units.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good fight for him. Now big military advantage for favorite, 40 to 20. And I'm still watching your stream, by the way, because I can't join the game. Yeah, no, I can join. Okay, nice. By the way, we only have 3 guesses still. Anyone else who wants to join the guessing party of how tall I am?
Oh, they don't do bonus versus Mameluk? What? Why do Janitors not do bonus damage versus Mameluk? Or they take away all the skirm bonus damage against Mamelukes? Ah. But Favorite's just swarming everything here. Attacking the castle. It could just attack the stone wall. And now Brew has a good army around that. Deep side archers. Well, they were before.
3 feet 7. That's pretty. That's pretty small.
Yes, that would be very small.
I'm
Why
not a
is Brew
dwarf.
always so behind in eco? He's because Favorite keeps doing really nice raids early on. And I don't know how many TCs Brew is trying to add here. He's only on 3 TCs right now. I guess that is the denial, but maybe could work on that. But he just did push all of this back, and now 60 army for Brew. It's 25 only for Favorite, who does have the better economy, yes. But right now, advantage Brew. He doesn't have any traps out though.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say how tall I am, because
Drum roll.
yeah, do it. Longer.
Give me a second.
If sounds for that. Well, let me cast the game while you're looking for sounds. Favorite now going to the left-hand side, trying to raid Bruce Raid, who's still
You couldn't hit the drum roll, but it was there.
short with some of his. Oh no!
You're supposed to say it now. I did the drum roll. You can't hear it on
Oh
stream.
yeah, sorry. I have not the stream. Yeah, I'm such a bad co-caster. I'm sorry, but it's funny at least. Well, I am as tall as I'm handsome. There you go.
Okay, now I need to find a tush. But I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna cast the game instead. Memes are out there. Mamelukes actually crush Camel Archers. I thought otherwise a long time, but Valhalla Mixed Tournament teaches us that.
Actually,
And
I'm
Packerfest.
198. So
198. What?
Rick's one.
Are you really
198.
that big? No, you're just saying that because you don't have a webcam.
No, I'm not big. I'm tall.
Nice trade rates for Favorite. Again, being very, like, he really loves to micro Camel Archers around the opponent's base. He did that on Golden Swamp. He rather Hussar raided in game 2. But here we go again.
Oh, the castle's getting denied though from Favorite on the left-hand side, even losing the one, not deleting it. And that's a big stone investment here. Also, raids not doing that much, killing a couple of trade cards, but same amount of camel slots, so pretty equal, I
It's
would say.
50 trade for Brew against 18 trade, 50 for Favorite against 18 trade for Brew. So there is a gold income, or there is a big trade advantage for Favorite one. Ooh, yeah, we'll still not get that castle up. Camels plus Mamelukes behind makes Mamelukes not too bad, because they added some additional damage. So don't mind that. Only if you can't micro a camera archer? I believed that a long time, but I don't think it's true.
100 meter because you're 100% handsome. Yeah, well, 100 meter is not quite, but 2 meters.
That would be very
Almost.
long. Yeah. Very tall.
Almost 2
You
meters.
could basically live inside of
has to be
you,
enough.
but you're not big, so I guess we could store some poles inside you.
Please don't.
And does he really need gold income? I mean, ah!
Let's see. So Bruce
Brix is still
has
talking
40
about janitors. See,
Bruce still 102 gold, so that's more than 100. So I guess he's pretty handsome. Wait, that doesn't make sense.
yeah, but his trade cards aren't handsome anymore. They're all dying, and he's not relocating them. There's killing so many trade cards, and Brew, yeah, there is also a lot of gold to mine on this map, so it's not like you instantly have to trade. But in the long term, I think that's gonna cost him.
Yeah, and Bruce's problem is that this is kind of a base race now. He's trying to push on the left-hand side of those castles, but there are so many castles in the back from Favorite protecting his trade. He still has to go through so many, while he's sitting at 200 gold, compared to Favorite, who's sitting on 2k gold, popped max pop, and has his trade still running, and is already also in the trade lane of Brew, or at least almost, or was there a couple of seconds ago. So I think this is way better for Favorite still. But in the long game, still, Brew can win, and he's pretty good at defending.
He didn't make any siege launchers so far. He has 2 siege launchers in the forward siege workshops up north. And hey, Code Kinky, glad to see you. Because he's arguing for janitors for some reason. And no, there was no janitors in all the 3 games he played Berbers. So far.
Not yet. Favorite again in the eco here, attacking all the farms. So the farms will take damage here. One farm already down to 188 HP. Okay, now he's relocating the villagers and trade cards.
Yeah, and pushing the pushback by Brew. That castle will never go up. Only some Mamelukes retreating. Now more camels queued. But has to defend the raids, and Favorite doing the really good job with raiding throughout the whole set so far.
Yeah, now Favorite trying to wall off his trade on the right hand side, but not successfully doing so. Camels getting through, and now his camels are in the trade as well, while Favorite has Cav Archer in the trade on the left hand side. So, well, this is interesting, but probably still better for Favorite.
Still better for Favorite, I'd say, because he just had more trade. Needs to kind of save that though, but Cav Archers will kill the trade quicker. I mean, there's Mamelukes involved. Is also killing some trade, but it's all under a castle, while Favorite has places to go where there's no castle, and they're not stopping their trade cards at all. There is an all trade card hotkey by now. Maybe they both should think about implementing that, or just double clicking them and saving them for a while. Spruce just always running them through Favorite's units, and now it clears it up.
But still, like, Bruce, like, almost, I mean, he's at 170, so that's okay-ish, I would say. He still has some stone. Maybe he can wall his left-hand side off as well, so he will not get raided that much. And he still has a lot of gold to mine in his base, so if the situation ever gets really dire, he could still mine the remaining gold and get that back. And he should also expect the push from Favorite on the right-hand side now, since he's always switching sides with his pushes. And he is doing so. He's putting all his army.
Yes, like Brew has an outpost there. He sees everything.
Yeah, right. He has an outpost. Very good play by him. Outpost on both sides. And now those 4 camel archers on the right hand side, not in range of the castle. Those are nasty.
5 trebuchets not being protected, but the armies are on the left side. So trebuchets could go down. Okay, relocating at the right time now. Camels will have to go back. Big fight coming up. Favorites, camels aren't really fighting, but the camel archers behind have at least more range. Ooh, camels, nice snipe there on the trap. Will drag Brew off the hill. He's on though. And yeah, Brew clearing this one up. We might see a very long game here. You didn't leave in time, my man.
I can still leave now. No, I will not. I'll just sleep while casting. Make it comfortable.
Yes, we need Kinky back. I agree with Bricks. Then Favorite switching sides again, but only with one trap on the left. But yeah, he will try there now. And he's microing the camel archers, so what Killer wanted to see. And with micro? Why didn't Deep beat the Mamelukes still? It's like really weird, these two units. There's a castle now on the market, so the same thing won't happen again. But there's still a spot where you can... Like, it's so hard to fully protect your trade with castles in a 1v1.
Yeah, true.
Did you
Unless you're
RM someday? No, I
or
teach you
Slavs.
DM.
What do you think about Slavs on this map? Like castling your whole trade line? Like making a wall out of castles?
What do I think of Slavs on this map? Worst matchup ever if it's a Slav war. And also worst matchup ever if it's a non-mirror, because then Slavs just win.
I mean, next time I have to play
That's
mirror
why I
against
don't
you
want to
on
see
this,
it.
on this map, I know exactly what I will pick.
Well, I will
Actually,
not
that
play
might be
you.
really wood intensive. It might come down to the wood control. I think that an option could be to just chop down all the wood from your opponent with onagers, and
I
then
think if
defend.
someone proposed me Slav mirror on Marketplace, I would just give the win. Like resignment too.
Okay, okay, fair enough. You should probably
You
just
think
spam
you're gonna
on
meet in World Cup? Okay, I won't do it in the World Cup. But...
By the way, that was the second question I wanted to ask. When would we see the brackets from World Cup? It's already past 12.
Probably tomorrow. There's
Tomorrow?
also still sign-ups, and we have to do a meeting on the city.
I guess so. I'll check them out on Tuesday evening, I guess then.
Another trade right here in the north. But yeah, looking kind of stale, Like, I'm also like, besides like playing the Slav war on this, what I hate even more is casting it, I think. I'm really down for playing. I don't mind playing 5-hour games actually.
Maybe
Just the
we
thing
should
would be a
like
pain to cast it.
contact. Well, they can't play this map anymore, so it doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
maybe for the semifinals, maybe I could ask someone to do me a favor.
Yeah, but they would also have to play it, right? So
Yeah, why not?
you would have to pay them for that, I guess. And then you can just donate to the prize pool instead and make
I
them
know
happy.
people who love playing with onagers, man.
I mean, Frost might want to do that.
For the lulz.
Big rate for favorite coming in. Is still under 2 castles, but might kill a lot of trade. But actually, like, Brew's trade also, Favorite's trade also heavy dying. Big rate from Brew, both going for their trade. All of Favorite's trade is idle and being followed by some Mamelukes, but Brew is not relooked. Brew is still not. Okay, now he thought about saving his cards. I think he's saving some cards now. Both just killing each other do it. You will do it for content or just won't cast it, Killer? That's easy.
Yeah, now that all the trade cards in the corner for favorite, now he has to run around his castles here to protect them. Because there's so many... Oh no, it was not attacking.
How did Brew win the Italian scam with adding
well.
Hussar?
Also trade now being cleared by Brew, who's adding only trade cards right now. But still,
36 for favorite, 24 for Brew.
24 and dropping because favorite still has a Cav archers and running through these houses here. Okay, attacking the stable, attacking the farm. Now even deleting his own houses, which I think is correct. And now, now he's just stuck there. Favorite is, and he still has a lot of them on one square.
But the eco kitty is 140 to 70, and that's mainly trade cards.
Like actually, that one square is really amazing. He had like 10 on one square.
Camel archers do stack up really nicely. That's why bombard cannon is also dangerous towards them.
Favorite doing the MBL outpost rush here on the left-hand side.
Brew
But with a
doing
different intention,
the
I think.
Siege Workshop walls.
And now finally someone got the
I
idea
like
to
the
raid the
outpost.
wood. Hallelujah. I think from this point on, it's going to be a lot about wood raiding and not about gold raiding anymore.
Even though there's no kelts involved, right?
Yeah, they're not doing the wood raiding, they're doing the wood raiding. I
got
got that one.
It was my favorite one, actually.
Another one.
Yeah, that's me, another one. Yeah.
See, we're doing it with each other, just answering in jokes. Okay.
Well, now you broke the streak.
Maybe you just didn't understand the joke, man. Or I didn't understand your joke following that. Whatever. There's still a stone on the top side, so favorite should take that, I guess. Also,
Like, meant to
relics
each
not
other?
being contested here.
Yeah, relics aren't that important when you have that much trade. I guess it's some extra pop instead of trade
I
cards.
think they are really important in this matchup because this will take another 2 hours, and 2 hours you can gain like 20k gold from all the relics. So.
But you can also gain a lot from trade if it doesn't get sniped like Bruce here. But he's back
Yes,
up
but
to
it's free
27
gold.
to 60. Like the
It's
trade
free
numbers are
gold.
looking really good for Brew. For favorite, I don't know if this is gonna take that long. Favorite has decisive advantage right now. Right, maybe not decisive. He has an advantage right now.
You think he has an I don't think so.
Yes, 10 more pop.
Well, okay. Wow, he has 10 more pop.
And a lot more trade cards.
I mean,
Siege
he has
on
a
it
good
just now, but that's
advantage.
bombard cannons.
He has 61 on wood, while Bro only has 32 on wood. That's I guess, an advantage. But he has 54 on food, which I think he needs obviously because of the Mamluks costing food. But in the long,
Okay, let's
long
say
term,
favorite
again,
plays aggressive, now it's over. Brew can't build army right now.
I
Like
think
the
not.
thing that would how Brew could finish the game is one big push with siege runners, I feel. And that's easier way to finish the game with one push for the Saracens, I think.
Don't think you can push with siege onagers. You should just cut the wood with siege onagers, maybe. Like cut all the wood. That could be an option, just to clear the entire middle from wood, because then he will just have like 8k gold wood and enough gold to boost Mamelukes forever. But favorite will not be able to do his camels any. I mean the camel archers anymore, so he will have to do full camels. And I think camels plus Mamluk just beat camels. So.
Oh. Two little trades, still only 32, yeah, but he's pushing favorite back. Is favorite gonna do something on the left side? He's getting a castle up there. If there's no wood on the map, Saracens clap. Yep.
That's what I mean. So just make an SO, just cut through the middle, cut all of favorites wood first, and then once you get pushed, cut all of your wood as well. And there is a siege on
Earth.
Please, this guy is stream wood sniping.
I think it's to defend this walls actually. Oh, look at that! Favorite is cutting the wood to get in there.
No,
but the siege just gonna kill it. Ah, no, it's not.
Not yet.
Getting a shot on the SO. Lol, is this RM or DM? They're macroing one individual launch against each other. Another house to block that. Castle is being trapped. Travis being Onager. Onager is being siege Onager.
Huh? Easy defense for Bro.
I think that's why we're talking about cutting wood killer.
No. But maybe he doesn't need to. Brew has to wall his wood off though. He has to defend his villagers cutting wood. Wood is such an important issue, thing for him right now. He's on 400 wood only.
Yeah, he needs wood for SO probably. He's doing some SO now finally. Eso can be also great against camels, right? Like, I'm still amazed that we didn't see more SO before. And then you have camel to snipe the bombard cannon, and Mamluks are also pretty good at sniping bombard cannons.
Look at the Onager going. Cutting the wood. No, actually just a mistake. Just wanted to go back. Well, 6 trees down, 600 wood left. Well, less to go through, I wanted to say.
Siege ramps be really ugly for Berbers.
Fight going pretty well though for favorite.
Another option.
But I guess too low numbers to make anything out of that. Warning off the camels here. A couple of camels going to raid. Those will just die and do nothing. I wanted to say, but now they're going for the wood raid. Never mind. They're going just to the other side, sniping that one Onager.
Onager, yeah.
Because he doesn't have stables. And then maybe going to the left.
Like, is that Kappa also talking about that? If it's the Kappa is only for the second part of the sentence, good net killer. No, shooting a bit of his own units.
Yeah, maybe if I go to sleep and I mean I have to get up in 5 hours. So maybe if I get up in 5 hours and this game's still running, I could joining the casting again from the train.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be casting still in 5 hours.
Sad auto noises. I mean,
It's for all
sad
the
Zayu
sentence. Okay. Welcome back, Keller. Or still there, Keller. More raids from favorite, but Bruce trade unit count isn't looking that bad anymore.
I mean, he doesn't have any army out right now. I mean, 34. Where is that 34 army? Ah, okay, left hand side, clearing out the outposts. While his raid being raided, but I mean, those camels are doing nothing. Just attacking the farms again. And now his woodline is getting raided, and that's what I meant by protecting his woodline. All those villagers will die. Never mind, camel archers. We will go back. Nothing to see here. Why did he send this camel archers back?
No clue.
He killed 5 villagers. Okay, maybe
to protect this one trap that isn't shooting anything?
Yeah, and this bomber cannon. I mean, okay, he killed 10 villagers. He could have killed 30 villagers. I mean, not too big of an issue, I guess. 14k. Food still in the bank from Brew, just curing 15 more villagers. But Brew's still struggling in gold because Mamluks are actually really expensive in gold. Maybe he should consider going full cams for a bit to keep his gold up.
My headset battery is dying. I might have to try to switch around. There might be some background noise. Sorry, guys. It's probably gonna die in the next 5 minutes.
It's okay. I can do the talking.
Okay.
You can just show the screen.
Observer Otter.
Yeah, Observer Otter. Lurker. Okay, but push now from favorite here on the right hand side. While he has the army advantage, he's still pop capped, while 35 pop missing for Brew, who's still struggling on gold. I guess the food price on what is it, 21 or what for Saracens as well. But I guess it's pretty decent. He could maybe consider selling a bit at least to defend this push. But yeah, the castle's being repaired. We're just taking it down though. But there's only one trap and one bombard cannon, so this will take a while. Like, not rooting, but I still think he's gonna win. Let's look at the wood situation. So, wood actually quite far already in favor's territory. Most of the wood from Brew's territory at least already chopped down. But he's still chopping down there freely. There's no protection, like there's no castle, nothing. He could just Like, Favorite could just go in there with his Cav Archer while he keeps his camels running around and fighting or raiding maybe even to kill that. But now he's fighting again with his army, and this is just again a better fight for Brew. Not by much. I mean, it's not like Favorite is losing on his army, but still, better fight for Brew, and is protecting his wood line, which is actually very open. So, yeah. He's sitting on 2.8k wood as well, so pretty comfortable for him. Should now retreat his Mamluks though, because they will just die at this position. Bit late on the reaction there, but still saving most of them. And topside completely walled off just by both players, so no action being done there. So this will, I guess, be all about the right hand side now, where Brew is adding more siege workshops, maybe to finally snipe the wood, maybe not though. Favorite sitting on a comfortable 5k wood though, and lots of res overall in his bank. Both players still have a lot of stone to defend with castles if they want to. And relics also still being uncontested. Like at this game, it's already taking 1 hour. I think that would have been a healthy 10k gold if all relics were taken. And if you only can take 3, I mean, still like 6k gold. That's pretty decent. Imagine having 6k gold now as Brew. That would be pretty awesome, wouldn't it? You still find this way, but I mean, why not? Interesting option here though, or thing though to consider, while small skirmish happening on the right hand side and Brew starting to push a bit with a couple of traps. Trade route for Brew actually not going to the corner, but he built a market a bit further apart, which is giving him 63 gold. While Favorites trade going, well, actually also 63, so I don't know. I thought it would be a bit more because it's a bit longer. But never mind. Can we do towers? It's a question from Brew. And I guess there was a tower. I didn't see it. Was there a tower? Maybe a misclick? Maybe just a foundation? Or a full tower? Game is paused now. Why do we have a tower? So apparently Favorite built a tower. Where did he build a tower? Did he find it? I didn't find it. Probably in the main fight somewhere where he just misclicked or wanted to build an outpost, build a tower instead. It didn't complete. Okay. Okay, but I mean, the tower didn't complete, so it's up to the admins, so you can decide later on, I guess. They will continue to play for now. But if it was Favorite's tower, I think will most likely not impact this game, because I think Brew will take this. Aggressive castle even from Brew now next to the relic, which is walling in his villagers from one side, so they can't be sniped, whatever. Fight is actually quite decent here for Favorite, I would say, because Brew's splitting up his army. Now the Mamluks a bit stuck here, have to retreat. Cannon bomber cannons also now from Favorite is sniping the traps. And this castle, which is already almost built up, could probably just go down in a second here because the siege... Oh, never mind. Actually, the bomber cannon's getting sniped by the traps. It's a pretty good play from Brew, so that won't be an easy push against the castle now from Favorite. And yeah, both players still fighting it out here on this very drawn-out long map. Brew getting the better trades with a better army. Kill death ratio also by 100 units in his favor. And yeah, one trap just shooting at the castle now. Will probably just be killed by the Mamluks at some point here, or by the siege onagers from Brew. And I don't know. This could still go on for a while, I guess. Favorite is queuing some camels, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, I can't see it because I don't have capture age. Let me just check the stream for a second. He has 166 camels queued, with no gold in the bank though, while Brew has only like 20 queued with also no gold. But I mean, what does the gold help you if you are both pop capped and fighting against each other and you just have the stronger army as the opponent, right? So castle being trapped here now and also being repaired on the trap, and the game is paused again. Is there another tower? Okay. Apparently, there's some messaging here going on from someone who's watching the stream with a player. I'm not sure if that should be allowed. I'm just kidding. Um, but yeah, I mean, I you will not tell him any information regarding the game, just the tower. I hope. Yeah, time for you to crack open a beer. Enjoying the cast here on your commentator's stream who just took over your stream. Thanks, Otter. And see, I'm also managing the chat. I mean, what can I do? Castle going down now for favorite here, but he has way more camel numbers. And we'll just overrun a brew here. So brew should maybe go back a bit, gather his army. Only on 180 pop right now. There's 20 army missing. But I guess still with the streaming doing very decent here in this fight. Left hand side, one SO trying to cut some wood, but it's getting killed by the two camels here, so not really happening. But yeah, fight still permanently ongoing here. Not much happening. Both players down a couple of pop. Brew down 30 pop actually, 170 only for him. And yeah, pretty equal fight still. But the two traps are still shooting, so one castle being slowly taken down, but now the camels will just clear the trap and push stopped for now. Wood situation, Brew almost took the entire wood from the middle. I'm surprised Favorite didn't take that much wood because he's slowly losing wood. But he has only 16 on wood at the moment, so I guess he's really trying to keep his camel archers alive. So he only loses his camels, so he doesn't actually need the wood. So in that sense, could maybe take a while for Brew to take down this game. Although he has way more on wood, like twice the amount of people on wood. Okay, left hand side. Being pushed now again by Favorite, but Brew already with a foundation there, so I guess he will react and defend that as well. He's still 20 pop down though, because he's still lacking gold. Favorite with still like 100 camels in queue. So gold situation still looking very well for Brew, who is pushing the castle that Brew just built now. Sorry, wait, for Favorite, I wanted to say. Also know that those two camels raiding the wood line and another 9 camels coming in to raid that wood line. That's a good job by Favorite. And main fight a bit looking better for Favorite, who has the numbers. Now Brood doesn't really have the numbers. A bit down here. Siege Onagers, decent shots here, but I mean, like, man looks so strong. Or maybe it's the camels, I'm not sure. Maybe both. Camels are so strong as well. Woodline got completely wiped though from Brew, so he has to reproduce all those villagers. Already has 15 in the queue. And yeah, Favorite with a much higher army now. Castle is getting destroyed on the right hand side and pushed back for now. And maybe it's time for a raid. Like, I think like 9 or 10 Cav Archer on the bottom, where all the trade cards are running, could be a really good option now for Favorite, because those are not particularly doing a lot of damage here in the main fight. But since there's no push going on from Brew right now, maybe even going from the top side, you know, because he just opened that with his rams or one ram and the onagers. Could be an option, definitely. There's only melee units here from Brew on the right hand side, so could just retreat here to his castles. Okay, he can also fight. I mean, he's just looting his army here. Favorite is. Yeah, Bruce trade has to be blocking a lot. Sorry, I just saw that now. He has 86 trade cards. I think that's too many because they're blocking. I think he could use like 10 more pop space for his Mamluks. He could also consider deleting some stables and houses in the middle of his trade because they are there blocking most. And getting a more efficient route. And favorite again here on Bruce. Wood villagers in the middle, killing all of them. But I mean, he's sitting on 4.5k, so that's still decent. Brew did decrease his number of food villagers. Not sure if that was intentional or just getting raided. While there's a big fight going on actually on the right hand side again, where the siege onagers were tried to be sniped, but only 2 going down, so that's 2 up for Brew, who is again winning the fight because he has a stronger army. And Favorite has to retreat again, just to fight under his castles. He's also sniping the Mamluks with his onagers. But yeah, he has the control of the middle again, where Brew has the control on the right hand side, and also the left hand side, all the traps going down. Okay, actually retreating, the 3 of them. Only 1 trap going down from Favorite, who tried to make a push to the left hand side. But yeah, right hand side again, pretty equalish fights going on. All in all, Brew getting his slightly better trades, was up 100 KD at some point, now up 200 KD, so I think these fights are going like, in terms of units killed, way better for Favorite, for Brew, I'm sorry, but in terms of expense, way better for Favorite because his camels are cheaper and the Mamluks are just extremely expensive, especially on the gold part, so pretty decent trades, I guess. What you also could consider is the number of stables that both players have. Brew going with 14 stables and Favorite going with, can't really see it, but like 19, so a bit more. That could already make the difference in like fights like these where it's permanent fight basically. Wood villagers being restored by Brew in the middle, while Favorite's pushing down the middle and now sending his camels, I guess, back to the wood line. Let's check the wood situation for Brew. He's 3.2k, so slowly dropping. But also he's out of food now. Wow.
Brew's out of food and out of army. This might end here.
This might actually be crazy. Crazy push here from Favorite, as Coming would say. Because Brew's slowly dropping here in numbers. Favorite still with a lot in queue, and Brew's queue is empty. 1 villager in queue. And he's not adding farms. Is he? Oh, he's adding. Yeah, he's adding farms now. Now he realized he had so much food that it wasn't an issue for a long time. But now he realized and is getting his farm count back up again. Let's see if he's in time. He could always buy some food, I guess, because the prices are probably pretty good. Yeah, buy
I don't know,
25.
Brits.
Buying 25. I mean, for Saracen is pretty decent. Wood price, by the way, buying at 56 here for Brew. Stone also pretty cheap still for 193. And Favorite actually changing his angle of attack here. Although, well, I think both sides are equally exposed. Just trapping down all his siege workshops and so on for Brew, which will be hard to replenish because they are very wood intensive, so I guess at this point in the game you can do that. Also, you can snipe the villagers now from his side of the wood line, so wood will be really rare now for Brew, who, by the way, still has like 100, 200, maybe even 300 trees in the back of his base, so plenty of wood. That your trade is running better because you're not stuck at the woods. But having wood in the back, pretty good, obviously, to have that once the middle wood is exposed.
Hello.
Hello, Ty. Sorry, I will not let you back in. I just took over and this is now my stream. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm joking. Do you want to continue? I have to grab some water.
Yeah, I think. Thanks a lot, man. You did it super well. Should start casting.
Thank you.
And you missed my gift sub though.
I missed the gift sub.
I
the
gifted you a sub.
has given you a sub for the Otter AoE.
It's the least I
Thank
can
you.
do for what you did.
I want Zayu on it. No, that's mean, guys. Please, welcome Otter back. Also, is Otter, yeah. No, Otter is also doing a very good job. So I'm gonna let you take over again.
I don't think
You
it
could
was
watch
that
for the
big of a
water.
buff. They only got like their archer armor thing taken away, which makes them better against camel archers now, I guess, and against squirms. Isn't Ram Heavy Camel better for Brew than Mameluke mix? Yeah, he hasn't tried out Siege Ram. I think Siege Ram would be a really nice unit for him, yeah. But he doesn't think of that, apparently. Now it's over. Crop rotation is too big of a difference. I didn't even know that only one Sif here gets crop rotation. But yeah, 50 farms, 10k gold. And also the farm code was probably a bit too low there. But yeah, that castle falling would open up all the trade. And then that one. Where's Bruce's army? Fighting a little bit over here. I guess over the wood where he's back at mining. But only 2k wood as well. I think this game might actually conclude after 1.5 hours. Saracen Camel better than Berber Camel? Yeah, more pop efficient for sure. More HP on them. I mean, Berber Camels are cheaper, but... Big believer in the Mameluke. Which in mass and with micro can beat camels, but... Camels usually more gold efficient. And I guess food efficient as well. Gold efficiency doesn't really matter here. As the card selection stands and favorite gets pushed back. So we won't have a conclusion just yet, but there's also a raid with camel archers in the trade. It is only 60 trade units now. It was 80 before for Brew. Yeah, I showed that raid. That's the color. And the main difference, okay, there's raiding on the woodline again. 2 on wood for Brew, and Brew is out of wood. He's also out of food. The Onager still not onagering away the wood there. And another army going in, but the wood issue might become an issue, which isn't a perfect sentence, but already 25 trade down. Yeah, he's re-adding that though, so he will again go over that. Ooh, another nice raid here from Cavatros on the trade though, finding a nice spot in between the farms and shooting the trade cards while he's attacking here, still denying most of the wood. A trap push through the wood on that castle, so they're really fighting over the middle wood now. 54 trade cards, that will get cleared. And now will the Onagers get the wood away? Wood control overall is better for favorite, because we have to consider the outside benches and Ram coming forward there. And yeah, the wood control in the middle now looking better for Bruce. Bruce sending everything to that middle wood will kill a castle of favorite. Favorite still has 10 castles left though, so enough to produce camel archers if he shall want to do so. But we saw the wood onagered. It's not for really onagering the wood. It is to able to go through, and a big army is flooding in here. That's a good spot to... trade is actually really nicely behind these castles. But Brew trying to go for something more decisive over there. Favorite's army already going there, trying to catch that. But the Mamelukes, nice, good drop off. Favorite to save his cards there. And the Mamelukes not finding anything, being on stand ground and all dying to the castles. And the Favorite just going around that. They're all full with trades, so kind of don't want to go back. Oh, they can actually go back to his own market here as well, as he has markets on both sides. But the Mamelukes not finding the damage means the Mamelukes are now going to die to the camels. But all the while, full wood control for Bruce, so he might be getting out of his dire wood situation. Only 13 on wood for favorite, but he still has over 5k there. And now more units joining the armies over here. And did he lead that? Raid into nothing. Yeah, that raid didn't do anything. Did lose Brew quite some army, but it gave him the wood control back. And when he was, or like wood access in the middle again, where he was almost out there. That's a nice choke point for the Mamelukes to deal damage band. Not many cav archers, so should be a rather favorable fight for Brew. And the Onagers getting some shots on the nothingness only though, and Brew can't leave this choke point with the army count he has right now. Still, look at the queue from Favorite. He has units for ages.
I'm back,
Still
by the
also
way.
would in the back is fake. Welcome back. Okay.
Do you know what I like about Favorite?
No, I don't.
He took the relics. He has 3 relics
Oh
to
yeah.
his name. And 3 relics in 90 minutes of game time, if you consider taking that at minute 5, which arguably is a bit early, but let's say 90 minutes is 8,000 gold. He could have more in his bank at this point. So, relics is just 3 gold from pop space. And might actually help him win this game in the long term if it goes really late.
Yeah, certainly. That's free gold, right?
Free
Is
gold
that
free
all
gold.
the? How many relics are on the map though?
There are 5
Was that
relics
all
on
the
this map.
relics? No, there's one more around Brew's thing here, and
Yeah,
another one around Brew has them behind 2 castles. Yeah.
yeah, and we're actually losing castle there on the south, and he has no stone to replenish that. He could buy some stone. Never mind, he just bought stone and building another castle in the same spot. Favorite still has stone for 3 castles.
But a lot of wood being taken for Brew in the middle that he desperately needs. After that raid, if Favorite can push that wood again back, might be some issue for Brew. Only 19 on wood. Ooh, another sneak trebuchet push there. 5 trebuchets on the castle on the left. That isn't at full health even. And army pretty far to defend that, so I think that castle will go down.
Yes, it will definitely go down. And that means there's 1 less castle to defend for Brew. Him repairing
Hydra
it.
isn't happy with your relic theory.
It's just free gold. And why are you not happy? The numbers should be good.
About the game being that long that we talk about relics, I think.
The point, I mean, the point is that relics on this map obviously
It's just
don't
rebuilding the castle.
play a
Ooh,
main
might get
role.
sniped. No, it's too late. It was firing at something else. Sorry, go on.
Don't play a main role in terms of like gold generation per second. But if you have full pop space, having 5 or let's say 3 relics,
Yeah, it's like 5 more
it's
pop,
probably
right?
like
5 trade cards you can have, so 5 more army. Or like
for 3 trade cards.
for
I think
3
3 trade cards
relics.
do more than. I mean, 1 trade card is probably better than 1 relic.
Is it?
But still, it's like 3 pop space. Like in a game like this that goes like 100 minutes and longer, I would argue that 8 can help. Because you don't
But
have
Hydra,
to
what are
spend
you complaining about? You watched that free fall for like 5 hours that I was playing. Like, it's not like you never watched long games where not much happens.
Again, I mean, I'm just saying that one player who took his relics at minute 10 at this point would have 8k gold more from taking 3 relics.
And
Free gold.
actually, like, there's only
8K
20
free
gold in
gold.
the bank for Favorite right now, so
Yeah.
that 8k could have helped him.
I know it's not much like in the short term, but like obviously if you have more gold, you're also more inclined to spend it, and then maybe your army gets a bit stronger, but you're wasting a bit more of gold. Like I think the spending of gold is not optimized in the M for a lot of players, including myself. But having like saving that up and having that, doing like a 10k challenge and then maybe spending it in the end, could actually be good here.
Brew is back to 80 trade cards.
Okay, we had a prediction about my size. I mean, maybe we can have a prediction about the game length.
Ah, I thought about my size, but okay.
Or you could also have a prediction of your size, right? Whatever you want. Just something to make the stream more entertaining. I mean, isn't it entertaining enough with this great game of Age of Empires 2?
Yeah, Keller, I was thinking about rather doing that tomorrow. Depending on how long this game is. I admit to having had the thought that maybe I won't be able to do that anymore today.
Can someone please just build a tower and complete it?
Yeah, but you don't want him to play for 2 hours to die like this, right? Like that was
Is
also
it
like
2
with
hours?
AR12 basically having the game won against Boomstick and then making the tower. That was so really so hilarious. If they play like for like it's 1 hour real time soon, right? Which
No, I
isn't
mean
that
like
long
the
actually. Like
taunt.
compared to a lot
I
of
meant
free
the
for
in-game
that I
taunt.
played, it's a kind of quick game still.
I meant the in-game taunt.
That's 2 hours, yeah. You
That's
played
2
2
hours?
hours to
Okay.
die like this. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if it's 2 hours. That could be a very fun trivia question. Like I think I was thinking about doing like a trivia or like bit of a quiz for Age of Empires.
Oh yeah,
And
that would be
that
great. I
would be
would
a
totally
really fun
play that.
question. How many hours is that is that that voice line, that taunt line? That could be a
Yeah.
really good question.
Like actually, there's still an outstanding challenge between me and Amons, who would win an Age of Empires quiz. It's just Django was too lazy to do one.
Between you and whom?
Amons, one of Django's mods,
Oh,
or
okay, I
the
don't know him.
like oldest Django mod, well, he does the most
Okay,
work.
okay.
So the middle woodline is almost empty, and but there's still 20 lumberjacks on the outside woodlines for favorite. Not the most efficient ones, but they're still pretty efficient. Drew's just happy controlling that woodline right now, I guess. Still a lot of other wood on the map, like.
Yeah, but not for favorite. Favorite doesn't have much wood.
Yeah, true. He
Here's
has
some,
5k in the
okay,
bank.
some on the left hand side between his castles, and this fly is really wanting to bite me. Middle again being pushed now by favorite. Decent SO shots. Average SO shots. Good SO shots. Bad SO shots. Yeah. Pretty equal fight still. A lot of Mamluks going down, so that's good for favorite. Trying to save his cannon archers. I mean, he still has 5k wood, so 8k food, 2k gold. Mamluks. Actually, I have to say that Saracens are so good on this map because of the trade and the market prices, I guess.
Yeah, what are the market prices right now? Food is still super cheap.
Wood is super cheap. Stone went up and wood went up quite a lot.
Bruce holding the middle. Did lose some villages there though. But still 140 economy pop with his 80 trade cards. And it looked for a very short moment where it looked like favorite could finish the game, but I think with the wood situation, Drew is winning this on wood control.
Static fight here happening in the north. There's ramp push by favorite for his own base, pushing that outpost. One hit already done, only 371 HP remaining, 192. One more hit and that outpost will be at 13 HP actually. And can he save that outpost? No, he can't. Outpost down, and all the vision that favorite has over.
Which ram were you
Left hand.
talking about? I was looking at him trying to kill the siege workshop and one Mameluke defended it with a ram.
Oh no.
It's the only ram I saw.
Top side.
Outpost may have gotten down, but
Okay?
siege workshop survived. Yeah, I'm just too bad of an observer. You're just too good of a caster for me.
Oh yeah, right. You have to.
I think Zayu drank too much coffee. Yes.
I actually didn't ever drink coffee in my life, so no.
Oh, wow. Are you drinking tea or just water?
I do drink tea, but not on a regular basis. Just like sometimes when I want, but it's really rare. Outpost rush now in the middle from Brood, putting down 2 outposts to see what is happening with that castle in the middle, which is just
She
getting
will
built
kill.
up by favorite. And those traps
Yeah,
behind.
but it will go
this
down
old
again
castle.
probably. The Tremors are trying to snipe that big engagement on the left side. It's going well for Brew. Repairing the trap, nice move.
I would
Killing
say it's
that.
not going well for Brew. I think it's pretty equal. Oh yes, it's Mameluke on stand ground. No, it's
Well,
good.
now it's
Okay,
bad because they're not attacking. I think Brew's gonna win the castle fight here, and at least the stone prices are up, right?
Yeah, it makes
It's still 1k for favorite.
So I remember our game, which lasted 4 hours in game time. By the way, not 2 hours in game time. And this is just remember
Yeah,
this.
this is for amateurs,
Remember
guys,
stuff.
right?
First game, Atacama, 2v2,
Oh yeah.
4 hours in game time. And we had AR12 as Saracens on that map as well. So Saracens is pretty good in that game. Yeah, wood price what was at I think 1.2k.
We were also lacking a chemist though, so I think purpose is better.
Yeah, but against like 100 Memluk, I don't know. With a little bit of micro, that's all the camels down. Castle down, by the way, for Brew. Now attacking the camels with his trap. Oh, I see attacking the camels with his trap.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
whatever.
know. Should
Now
attack the
focusing
castle still.
castle, yeah, now focusing on the castle, which is still getting repaired.
But he's defending his trap pretty nicely. Okay, that one might go down. Needs to sending repairers and out repairing it. Let's go.
Wait, which castle are you talking about?
In the middle?
But it wasn't even close to being dead, was it?
No, but the trap was close to being dead.
Oh, the trap. Oh,
Bruce
okay,
trap.
okay.
He repaired the trap with
Bruce
two
trap.
villagers.
Yeah. That's yeah. Okay, sorry, I didn't see that. So let's compare Res again. Res looking incredibly well for favorite. Gold's
Yeah,
still pretty
long
high
cube.
for Brew as well, but really low on wood actually. How is Brew so low on wood while having the wood control basically in the middle, and not needing any wood for his units? I guess he's making too many SO and Siege. I think he should. I know it's a boring game, but play the long game and just make Mamlu and Camels and spend the
Chat will freak out
farms.
at you saying you should play the long game.
I mean, he's not playing the long game if he's
Ram
going for
push! Ram dice.
if he's going for 4 traps and 5 SO in the middle. Like that's not the long game. That's the soon ending game because you lose that game.
I mean, the wood control is still important, right? The wood is running out for favorite. Also on the left side, taking away its walls now.
Look at his base. Look at Bruce's base. Look at his straight line. Count how many trees are there.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I said for
trees.
favorite, not for brew.
Oh, for favorite is important. Yeah, for favorite is important. Favorite doesn't have anything. He has some on the right hand side which can easily be raided, and on the left hand side, which he should take, I think. But he still has way more
another
in the
castle
bank.
being made under 2 trebuchets. Yes, he wants that wood away. Another castle for both. Both buying stone heavily right now.
This is good for favorite. Brew doesn't have the rest to make enough units anymore.
Yeah, he has 3
He
trebuchets
has
though.
no rest left.
Yeah. Population is dropping, forcing a heavy fight here.
But it's okay. I
think-
mean, he will still do decent in this fight, and he will obviously have enough eco to replenish his army in time to defend against raids. Ram push again on left hand side, sending one ram after another. 2 castles. I mean, slowly going to kill that castle.
Bruce out of stone, can't repair the castle anymore. And his trebuchets died. So favorite will take over the middle wood, which is nice for him. It's not super imperative to do it now. Still has 5k in the bank.
That's okay. Just give him the middle. Just defend with Mamluks and Camels and spend all your wood building farms. Replenish your wood eco in the back by taking the wood in the back. Because the wood in the middle, that's not too much. There's like maybe half of the wood is left in true space. And then there's a lot of wood still on the left side, which I think will be contested in maybe 40 minutes game time. And
Let's go!
but look at the relics, man. Look at the let's check the relic statistics. Relics. 3k gold already for favorite. 3k gold. Could have been 11k, but okay, 3k. I almost pressed back to main menu. That would have been bad.
Well, 11 capture-ish, so. But yeah, 3k. Yeah, you would have had to catch up 2 hours or cast from my stream.
I mean, the relics are pretty exposed. There's only 2 castles defending them. If you send 2 rams and a monk sneaking the relics
Where
from
are
both
the
sides,
relics even?
that could be a good option. Left hand side and right hand side of Bruce's base. Right next to the 2 castles.
Okay.
Sneaking those.
Who has anyone trade cards though?
Pop space efficiency.
Problem is wood. Yeah. Yeah. Relics
of
are
course,
super
6.
important. We all
Maybe-
listened to you saying it 5 times. I completely believe you. I don't want to hear it again. The relics
no.
are great.
It's good, it's good. But Keller just made a suggestion to watch all 6 Star Wars movies. I have a better suggestion. You wait for me until I come over, wherever you live, I don't mind. And then we watch all the 6 Star Wars movies and all the Lord of the Rings movies and all the Hobbit movies. And then I return home and then I'll cast this game.
Okay.
But the relics, man, yeah, in that time the relics will probably generate like 100k gold, at least.
Yeah, but that's gonna decide the game by then, right?
No.
I mean, just for good style, you could take his 2. But
And he
favorite
wouldn't
back on
be
wood
sticking.
control, so his one issue is dealt with because he's mining the middle wood.
And he took the relics against
which
me
means
in this matchup.
Brew on
Andy.
marketplace. Andy.
Guess it didn't matter, but yeah.
I'd rather watch this game than the Hobbit movies, man. Fair point.
I didn't watch the Hobbit
Plot
movies,
twist.
to be honest, so.
I
Not-
only
not
watched the
sure.
second one and it was really good.
Only the second one. How can you watch the
Yeah.
second one without watching the first one? Is that possible?
It was Christmas and people wanted to. Some of my old friends wanted to go into the theater and watch it. So
Oh,
I said
okay.
yes to spend time with me.
You mean the opera?
That was not the opera. It's like it's a movie theater in English, no?
No, yeah, I'm just kidding because you said opera earlier. Please let me
Sorry,
sleep. Yeah, sure.
Ragnarök.
Just go to sleep. I mean,
Just message
no,
Brew to
this is
resign. I don't know.
it's not the longest DM game ever. I know at least one game that took almost double the length. And there are probably longer games. I mean, we could have resigned earlier in that game, but we wanted to try. I think that's fair. In that a game like that you don't resign.
Yeah. I also played a 4-hour Teuton War against TRM once.
In game time.
Yeah.
Okay. Left hand side castle being repaired still. Brew sitting on comfortable 2.4k gold. 2.7k. What? And Farron has 7.6k. It's like reading numbers of the stream,
Now
man.
the tea that you didn't drink is running out even out of you.
Man, I
How
want.
about a
why
big
did
push from Brew? From
I could have
favorite
gone.
and stuff.
I could have gone to sleep over 1 hour ago. I only have 4 more hours to sleep. I could have had 5.5.
That doesn't really make a difference, right?
It does.
I have another big issue. I'm running out of cigarettes.
Well, I can take the casting over, and you can go to the next. What's it called? Bütchen. I'm not sure it's called where you live. And then buy some.
I could,
Okay,
but Capture
actually-
Edge has no view log, so it would be a little bit difficult.
Then I have to start my stream, but I have no stream set up.
Well, I guess
Actually-
it could. I could like stream your Discord or something, but I still have 4 left. It's okay, but I don't think it will be enough for the whole set.
I don't know. Actually, quite big of a raid here from Favorite, who killed 2 traps from Brew and a lot of trade cards. Brew actually down to 67 trade cards only. But losing his archers in the meantime, so that archers also cost some wood. So Brew immediately adding 10 trade cards, while Favorite adding some camel archers, but he still has 7k wood in the bank. I mean, not in the back.
Yeah, and he
Brew
killed
has it in
the
the back.
castle once again next to the red side relic. And still has 4 trebuchets now going at the left side, probably killing that castle again. And it's like he's killing the castles, and then whoops, it pops up again probably. But the stone prices are getting higher and higher, I believe. 400, 5 to it's 450 gold to buy stone right now, and Brew is buying stone. So he will rebuild the castle. There we go.
Interesting enough, wood is still really cheap. Because, I mean, Brew doesn't really need the wood that much, and Favorite is also not losing that many camel archers, so they don't need that much wood. Ugh. Imagine this being a Saracen's war. Oh my god. Like Slav war? Yeah, that takes a long time because you can build so many castles and
Yeah,
so
but at
on.
least
But
like the wood
Slavs is
depletes, right?
wood intensive. Yeah,
Yeah.
wood will deplete so quickly. Like I take back what I said. I want a Saracen war on this map, not a Slav war. Saracen's war is going to be like even worse than this because no one needs wood.
At
Oh,
least Saracen was more fun than
Favorite
Slav though.
chopping over on the left hand side.
I
Camels now
think we're
going
gonna
in.
play this game for a while. Oh boy.
Maybe I should just
Oh,
I mean,
Paul
I'm the
has also
co-host, right?
studio.
Maybe I can reach out to the players and just have an interview with one of the players in the meantime.
Well, I think that happens at like one day and something, right? With Rubenstock and Andre.
Wood is plenty.
And
Left
yes,
hand side
I could do
outpost
that. It's
being
like
killed
10 minutes
by
being
one
done.
camel and dragged away. Outpost lives. 20 HP.
Da, 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 da,
Can we draw? Yeah. So the players trying to agree on a draw. Admins have to make the decision
There's
on
no
that
draw.
one. But the players could, I guess, agree to save and play this game later on in case they get tired. I think that's no rule against that.
Oh, wait, they really paused?
Mhm. They're asking for a draw. And both agreeing.
I don't think there's something like a draw. But
I've played, actually, like Bruce figuring like he plays Hindustanis with Saracen on this map against Kellar, probably Kellen, because 2L. And yes, I agree that it was, I played that matchup as well, and we also had a draw. I think it was AR12 against me, and like after 1 hour, we just said, okay, let's stop this game because it's practice and no point in continuing. Imagine they are saying they will play this out later and just continue with the set for now. And then it's 3-3 after 6 maps and they have to load this game. Because it's the final deciding game, they have to play it out. That would be hilarious. Is there that much wood on the favorite map? You mean on favorite's part of the map? No. Favorite has no wood in the back of his base. Just on the left top side there is like 20 trees. And then there's plenty, let's say a couple of trees on the left hand side, quite some trees in the middle, a couple of trees on the right hand side, and still a lot of trees in Bruce base. I mean, not a lot, but still the main part of the wood, I would say, in Bruce base and on the bottom right hand side. But Bruce is sitting on only 4k wood, while Favorite is sitting at 8k wood. So I guess this wood is compensated by the amount of trees that Bruce has at the back of his base. So I think they're pretty equal, I would say, in total wood that they can acquire. And they already said like whoever makes more traps and on it just loses this game because they're making too many wood units. And yeah, I mean, that could be true. But the only wood unit that is otherwise being made is the camel archers, and those cost wood. But for Saracens can actually kill buildings quite quickly, I would say, with the Mamluks as well. So if he just has maybe late game, I mean late game in terms of 2 more hours from now, a lot of Mamluks, then I think he can just go through the middle and just clear a lot of buildings from favorite, which he won't be able to replenish because then at some point there will not be wood left. So I think still Saracens are favorite in this matchup. And I well that and yeah, and I don't think this should be a draw from the Saracen player. Well, Berbers can still win, obviously, it somehow, but well, what? He
What?
wants to
They're
resign?
resigning? Good.
I hope not. Why good? Saved just in case. So did you make a decision with them?
No.
You did not make a decision with them. So Brew resigned and saved just in case. I'm not sure what saved just in case means because, well, if they made an, well, okay, you have to figure this out. You're the admins. But if they
Yes,
made an
we are
agreement
trying
to,
to figure this out.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I'm not talking about that on stream.
Oh, okay, okay. I mean, if you already made a decision, then
Obviously, right?
you could say it, I guess, because then we could just continue the set. But okay, that's a fair point. So I guess since I don't know, um, they made a proposal to draw this game and then saved and then left this game. So could be approved or denied. And in case it gets denied, I guess I would load the game and continue. Not sure why he resigned though before getting the decision. Maybe the decision can't be made now, but has to be made later on. So
Oh, sorry. I can't just do.
yeah, no, you
Let
you
me
don't have to say something. The stats, favorite one by Brew resigning, but let's see how this turns out. Yeah, sorry, Killer. I mean, what should I say? I'm just speculating to like make the situation clear for all people who are not involved in the admin team, and just trying to figure out what could happen and what could not happen. But again, it's just speculation, and guess we will have to wait a bit until the decision is made. Um, Thanks though for everyone sticking around, 26 viewers for this long. And this is only game 3. Like this is a 2-1 maybe for someone. Maybe it's still a 1-1. They're still playing it out. And then there's another at least 2 games being played. If it's a draw, another 3 games at least. And then something has to be done about game 7 in case it gets to a 3-3. So a lot of Age of Empires still coming for you. Not sure though if now or in 30 minutes or tomorrow. And maybe there should also be discussion on, well, if this map should be continued with in other tournaments or in this tournament. Because it seems that, I mean, it's generally an interesting idea to add a market to continue to have a very intense fight with gold units. But it seems like at this point, games just take ages if the civs are kind of evenly matched, which they are in this case. And Yeah, I'm not sure that's like good for the game. Obviously, I don't mind a long game, and the long games usually are pretty fun. But at some point, it gets a bit stalematey, especially if the wood doesn't run out in time. So I know that the Deathmatch World Cup map for this, for example, from what I've heard at least, has less wood, so that might be a bit better for the game. But it might still be the case that this something like this can happen and would be well. Well, I don't think it's. I think it's good for the game at this point.
Hmm.
Just my take on that. But generally,
I didn't hear what you
I
said.
really.
But
Sorry,
yeah, never mind. It's fine.
you don't mind? Okay. Well, like in general, I like the option to have trade in 1v1 to have these gold fights, but maybe it's not balanced to the correct amount. You changed it a lot. Okay, I mean that's good. Why didn't I go to sleep? I mean, I wouldn't have witnessed this epic game, obviously, but I thought it would go like I thought. Yeah, okay, maybe short map, but yeah, I should have known better.
Yeah, so far it didn't happen, but like we were hoping for an equal match, and that's an equal match. So yeah, you can play on if you want. Brew, are you gonna walk his dog? Are you taking a 5 minutes break? Then I would do the same. Um, or was that a joke about the dog? I don't know if you have a dog. You're already back from the dog. That was quick.
Yeah, maybe if it's like rune stones without a big patch of wood in the middle, that would be better.
Yeah, we have that change. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
I should really go to bed, but I don't want to. I mean, the matches, the games are really good. Both players are really playing really well. So
That's true. I'm not sure if they're continuing or if they should get the cigarettes now.
I mean, the problem is what should they play now? Like, if you have a look at the maps, it's well, basically still 1-1 a bit, or you can say favorite one his map, and that's 2-1 for him for now, and then Brew has to select the next home map, but because Brew resigned.
Oh yeah,
But
shit. Who picks the home map?
so like if they continue, what do you do?
Oh
Like that's
fuck.
influenced by the decision from the previous game a bit. If you just go
Yeah.
by like how the game ended, then favorite one because Brew resigned. But I mean that's they contacted you beforehand, I guess, and saved the games so they can jump out. But well, I guess still, I don't want to speculate anymore because it's nonsense.
Yeah. We're talking about that in admin chat. Like what Zayu is saying here is no influence on anything, bro.
No, it's just speculation by me. What
Who
is happening
wants to?
could happen. It's also not suggestions. It's just commentary.
Okay, I guess you can do it, bro, if you want. Okay, I'm gonna run quick. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Are you going to
Okay.
sleep? Should I put the music on or?
I can cast for like 5 minutes if you promise to be back in five, or let's say maximum 10 minutes. Okay, but I
Yeah,
will go
you
to bed
can't
after that.
cast because you don't have the stream.
I mean, cast like entertain players.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So well played to both of the players so far. And I expect to have I expect there to be nice 2, 3, 4, 5 games to come. The greatest entertainer. Like I'm super handsome, great entertainer, tall in size. What more could you ask for? Who is the favorite of the tourney? I think it's Roger. If you are asking about who is most likely to win the tournament, which I guess was your question, and not a troll from me, I think most players would lean to Frost9 or possibly True, but both of the players playing right now could also win the tournament, I would say. And then, yeah, I think those are the like four most likely options. Maybe, yeah, I don't. Maybe Andy can win if he wins against True. I don't know. Like if he beats True, then he has a good shot. Yeah, the marketplace game ended unofficially. Officially, I don't know. But the players basically asked the admins for a draw and some kind of regulation, I suppose. At least that's what they wrote in the chat. So there's discussion in the admin panel about this, and I think that it would have need some time to have all admins putting in their opinion and voting, I suppose. So I don't think we will have a decision soon. But for now, we'll continue for the next game since they basically agreed on a draw. And well, whatever happens, like if one player wins 3 more games, then I think it doesn't matter what happened in that game. But if not, if they have a 3-3 at the end of the next 4 games, then I have no clue what would happen, and then we really need an admin decision on that. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, so
Hey.
wow, that was quick. You went for a run there.
Yeah, it's also a thunderstorm outside that made me be quicker. And
Well,
weather.
that's yeah, that's definitely like engaging. Yeah, I will go to sleep now. So True, you want a quick recap? Yes, sure. Just about game 3 or both games 1, 2, all of games 1, 2, and 3?
But I'm actually gonna start casting the game now. We're in game 4.
Oh, just True wanted a quick recap. Why can you see the game and I cannot? Game 3, yeah.
We're
So
in a
really,
Bengali.
okay, yeah, just go
You
ahead.
can write it in chat. I will cast this game.
Yeah, you cast the game. I will manage the chat.
Welcome to game 4 somewhat. Game 3 was indecisive. We have a Bengali war on Kawasan that Brew picked after you allowed them to decide who picks after they didn't want to finish playing last game. And we do have 5 barracks and 6 stables against 4 barracks and 6 stables, so pretty similar. Heavy elephant start for both, I would imagine. Yes, we see that. And I actually need to breathe, but you're not in the game, right?
I'm not in the game, no. And I will
can
also
send you
not
the
join
code.
because I will go to bed.
Okay.
I will just answer the chat questions and yeah, I will head off to bed then.
Hi, running. Nice to see you here. And looks like Favorite has the better jump on the middle, usually having the better production at the start of the game. And he does have a 10 army lead here. And yeah, I mean, it is the super close set that we wanted to see. Maybe a little bit too close, actually.
Well, definitely too long. I mean, it's a good. It was a good, or is a good game, or whatever.
Well,
a good
like
game.
the
But
closeness
I mean, all games are really good.
divided, right? The closeness and the longness. That combined with the trade. But yeah, we're on Kazakhstan right now. The new civs are fun, I would say, yeah. I'm hearing myself through you again. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Didn't happen before.
I didn't change anything, so really weird. But okay, I will head off to bed anyway. So
good night. Thanks for co-casting and taking over the stream and me the server. That was beautiful.
Thanks for the sub, and thanks for having me. And yeah, everybody enjoy the next games, and I will not talk anymore because the game is already going for it, and you should really cast the game. So good night, everybody, and see you guys.
See you.
soon.
Thanks a lot. Bye bye. Hi Andy. This is going very long, so I might cast your set tomorrow. So let me enter this and cast the game. Is looking good for Favorite. Got one castle up. Bruce castle is denied here. Needs to remass. No ratas at all for anyone to use the wood. Not Brew going for the combination that he used against Gujaras a lot. But here it's rather more Elephant Halberdier War simply for one. Okay, there's some ratas queued by Brew, so he is using the Rata unit. No Elephant Archers for anybody, which I still find surprising. But no food, no... Ooh, Favorite completely outspent here on everything. Still has Elephants and Halberdiers in the queue. Trying desperately to hold the middle. The video mirror, well, it's just an SO mirror, right? But it's fine. Especially on water maps, I think it's really interesting. We're not seeing any Elephant Archers here. We do see Ratas being added for some added DPS behind against the Halberdiers. For a Brew, which I really like because they especially cost wood and gold. And yeah, what happened to Favorite's economy? Like, the villagers aren't all working, and he's completely outspent. Maybe overqueuing a bit there. I don't know how many vills he can queued a little bit of vills. And looks like Brew is him pushing back in the middle now. The Halberdiers can also go down to the Ratas, so the Rata addition really like from Brew here. And Brew has some elephants intercepting that there. Will lose his castle in the middle as well. So now we have no castles in the middle at all. Army count pretty close. Economy development looking a bit better for Brew for the first time in the set. So far, Favorite having better economy development. And elephant, mass elephant strategy also not looking too bad by Favorite because he still has the elephants up. Only Ratas now, not that great against elephants. Is out of food as well, so can't queue many Halberdiers. Only has 14 over here. And Favorite holding very closely. Holding the hill. Brew the first one on docks on both sides over here. Eliarch is probably the unit that changes most in usefulness between RM and DM. Like, how good are the new LA archers in RM? Are they used at all or not? I thought they would be also good there, but I haven't played any RM in the last month, so. But yeah, like in also the old Indian elephant archers were really good in DM, and in RM nobody used them. More army in the middle for favorite. Overall, more army for Brew, but it's mainly Ratas who don't do too well against. Well, I guess Elephant and still think Elephant Archer should play a role here once, like, the initial wood argument is gone for doing the Ratas. It's borderline trolling to make them an RM. Oh, really? Oh, castle instantly denied by Brew. Which is not beautiful for him because he doesn't have much stone. Nobody actually has much stone. Favorite not contesting the lakes at all, so some free food economy here for Brew, who didn't even make to have to make warships to defend that. I was super tight in that game, but I played one Empire Wars game lately and I lost to Elytra because I didn't know how to counter them. But it was like the last game when nobody wanted to play free falls anymore and I was tilted already, so I didn't really play well. On a Monday. Looking good for Bruno. He has the big Rata numbers. I didn't think this would be too centered about Rata, but Bengali Iliachos seemingly not something that he goes for. I do think they lack Thumb Ring. And probably something else as well. Is there any rule regarding stone walls? There is a rule only for quick walling. You can quick wall villagers in stone walls, like at the start, or like also like quick wall in villages that build castles. You can't make a straight line of walls though. Also, towers are banned in this tournament. Bomber towers are banned, and any gates are banned. Elephants there, not really enough to tank. The Ratas doing really good against that. Epic Sea Dragon, how are you? Nice to see so many people still streaming in at this time in a really amazing and great set that produced one epic length game that hasn't been resolved yet. But all the other games have been really great as well. Arguably a bit greater because it was very staymatey. Good. Yeah, also doing good now. Have to come to breath because I had to do a quick run. And Rata numbers favorite lower on pop and not having that many Rata. Also Brew raiding with them in the back really nicely. And yeah, Brew taking over the middle position now. Even has some villagers on the berries. 73 on wood, on food. So maybe could switch to Iliacha now. There's that good food eco. I still think Iligat will win against Rata. As they're both playing full Rata here. At the start I think they're viable because they cost wood, but later on I think Elephant Archer Elephant would be better. But maybe I'm mistaken. As both these players are better than me and are going for Ratas. 34 to 35, little bit of hill bonus for Brew, and Brew does have better map control, controlling both the pawns, meaning he can get them to neutral goals really easily as well with the pawn control. So looking better for Brew in this one. Food economy also 75, hated by 15 fishing ships, as 50 also not the worst food eco for favorite, but for once in the set, Brew with the better economy development. Favorite maybe all inning the middle a little bit too much, and now losing control of very forward gold for him. His main gold is in the back, and that gold is also under threat as Brew has the map control, is pushing from the hill, and yeah, looking really good for the ostrich in this one to take it to. We're not gonna count the unresolved game now, so taking it to 2-1 in game 4, I guess. Relics have been collected by favorite, has 4 relics, not a direction that Brew is pushing, rather pushing for the gold spot, which I think makes sense right now. Could casually snipe the monastery with the 1 relic with the trebuchets though. They lack Thumbring but nothing else, and the unique tech gives them faster Roff. What is a Roff? Rate of fire to compensate for Thumbring, huh? Then I'm They should be there. Why do I have two different sorts of ratters here? Probably converted ones? Oh no, attack mode and melee mode or something. These two must be on melee mode, but they're standing in the firing line. Are they not firing? Can't see because they stack up so well. Okay, yeah, he could trap the monasteries, but I also can castle drop the monasteries. Why not? That means these two are not fighting, right? They're on stand ground. That's why they're not going forward, and they're not firing, probably. But the relics will be out. The relics are already out. Castle target firing that, or maybe it was the trebuchets. But he will also lose control of that gold. Looking bad for favorite here. In the Bengali mirror being picked by Brew, who offered to pick first. And yeah, favorite calls the GG. Brew taking his home map, taking it to a 2-1 against favorite. I can't do the outstanding game over here. But yeah, Brew, convincing performance going Ratas earlier. Favorite looked good at the start, but then did spend too much, I think. Nobody took market, actually, which is surprising. I would imagine market would have been good here. And a little bit better KD for Brew. Economy development stronger for Brew. Also factoring in at his victory quite a bit. And 15 fishing ships helped him out too, and would have taken the 2 golds, I imagine, but didn't have to. Relics are out and map control for him. And let's return to the map draft. It will be Brew, 1 Cavasan, and it will be favorite. It's time to pick now. I can either pick Four Lakes or Lowland for the next one. And it will be a civilization mirror as well. From now on, it will only be mirrors. Hope you guys all did well. Did you enjoy Battle of Africa? I guess some of you. I actually casted the last 2 games because we were waiting for the DM set to start. Oh lord, my last follower has too long of a name. It does look pretty, but I also don't want to save it, change it, because then it's gonna look awkward later on. Just someone leave a follow, maybe. That would solve the situation, right? Thanks for the follow. Perfect. Running, thank you a lot. Well, I did a sellout that actually worked. I'm super surprised. That never happened before. It was only a sellout for a follow, so I guess it's easier to work. I haven't gotten a code, but let me see if they are in nonetheless. Okay, there we go. Japanese War on Four Lakes is the pick by favorite. Remember, no towers in this one, so we are going to see probably Cavaters and skirmishes. Maybe some skirmishes. We are starting full-on ranges for Brew. And is there barracks? There's 1 barrack into ranges by favorite. So the barrack rather to defend the starting scout over here. And then we're gonna see quite some Cavaters. Nice, pretty defendable golden stone piles for favorite. That one, if you can secure that hill, should be quite easy to secure. Map lock looking too beautiful for Brew over here with 2 forward goals. And thanks also for the follow left, Mattioli. Thank you. Happy to see so many new faces and old faces and so many faces here. Even though I don't see your faces. But that's an expression that people do. Okay, there was one relic for Brew also. Never mind then. That hill should be one that Brew kind of has to get in order to secure his gold spots. And yeah, other than that, legs might matter. There is 3 goals here in the back, so that hill might matter quite a bit, controlling 2 gold spots, or kind of 3 gold spots, if Brew gets it. And stone pile as well. In the north, we have one hill that controls both golds and stone as well. And favorite trying to go for the raid, same as Brew. Brew killing 3 villagers so far, favorite killing 2. So fairly even on the Cavature raiding part. Castle is up for favorite, so these Cavatures will not do too much. And we do not have a castle up yet for Brew. 1 new villager working on it after he went away. Japanese mirror without towers. Boomstick's nightmare. Yes, well, there's a reason Boomstick picked Mongol mirrors instead in the tournament. Well, we had 1 tower building attempt in the set that would have speeded it up the really long game significantly. But I think both are aware that towers are not allowed, because they talked about it earlier, so I don't think we're gonna see that. Still, Japanese mirrors, I think without towers tend to end quite quickly as well. Because once you get a trap snowball, especially without towers, it can go pretty fast. So far, Bruce getting that hill that he needs to defend his golds. It is closer to his base, I think. Especially with these annoying woodlands for favorite. So, Brew should be able to get that. Has more army out on the field as well. So, yeah, maybe Brew better stamina over here than favorite. After the really long one. Won the last one and is looking superior over here. Some Cavatures controlling the south, but Brew just going through the middle. Some Onagers would be very nice. Onager production first started for favorite. And Trebuchet is there as well, so that castle might instantly die. It's only 200 HP, yet favorite losing that castle for free. And the Onagers, let's see if they can get some nice shots here. Nice splits by Brew. Trying to go for the Onagers with the Cavatures, maybe a little bit too overconfident. Losing quite some of them also to favorites Cavatures there. Had some on the hill there for a while, has the better numbers. Brew wants to go for a big push here. Onagers not target firing. Big ol' Cavature Onager battle. KD very equal so far, and military numbers still better for Brew. He has the hill control there. Japanese Trebuchet is trying to join the fight, but with the better military numbers, not looking too bad for Brew. Brew looking to control this one. These guys are out of position to save that. I wouldn't expect early fishing trips here, as you were gonna run out of wood before you run out of food. Or both only having villagers on gold, so Brew might run out of wood pretty quick. Is adding skirmishers early, and as there are not many onagers, because favorite is running out of gold. The skirmishers actually being quite efficient right now. Here, market to sell some food would be good for the American player. Now there's another onager out though, so could potentially look at losing these skirmishers. Skirms and Cavatures also firing at the trebuchets with the Cavatures behind, so that should make the fight a little bit better for Brew, but Brew getting pushed back quite heavily, adding light cavalry instead of selling that for Onager. Another attempt to counter the skirmishers, but there's also Samurai there. So quick switch away from CL by Brew, who only has 4 on gold. So his villager department, okay, he's mainly concentrating on wood now, actually switching away from Cavatures completely for skirmishers. And Samurai. And it seems to work so far. Might kill that castle. Yeah, only one shot away. Probably could have been repaired against only one trebuchet, but Favorite not going for that. And Brew getting the most map control, at least the northern hill going for Favorite. Southern hill is controlled by a castle from Brew, but his TCs got denied by these Scavengers, so they actually ended up doing something. Middle control better for Brew though. Is anybody going for the relics? There is a relic here in the south, one relic in the middle, one relic that somewhat easier to take for Brew. Brew could also get this one with that castle here. And could snipe that one too, right? One very safe for Favorite though, that he's getting first. So probably would have been better to go for that one first. It's hard to think of everything. And Trebuchet is firing away at that castle, looking dire for Favorite over here. So Brew might take this to a 3-1 main gold, not too far away from being contended, but his golds still has that back gold there. You only start with 2 golds over here, and there's the first villager only going to that one, not more being produced. If that castle goes down, he is in a really problematic spot. I don't think you should dock that early. Yeah, agreed. Like, wood is a super important resource. I said that earlier. Won't see early docks here probably. But yeah, we do see some docks from them, and Lightcav massively in on the main gold here for Brew now, and Favorite struggling. Population actually the same. Did clean up the army and the trebuchets over here. Well, I did clean up the trebuchets over there, but yeah. That means the castle there stays up and Favorite stays in the game for a little bit longer. This hasn't still been fixed yet. Like, the castle here didn't go up. These 4 Scavengers are actually doing a lot more than I anticipated them doing. Lightcav are now going there to fix that, while Brew masses up for another push. Lightcav here trying to snipe the Onagers. Will manage to do so. Onager's not firing at them, so but the Scavengers being a little bit too adventurous there for Mr. Favorite. And Lightcav and fight the Halberdier. Only one Halberdier had it though, probably only from one barracks. That can be built now, is being built as well. And Brew taking this gold, being castled by Favorite. Castle should probably reach that TC. Even killing the villagers on the way to the castle, but Brew looking for more control here. There's a gold there. As I said, this hill really important and really nice for Brew to get that one in the north. Not too much gold being mined still. And Favorite has a good gold bank, but is running out of gold in his base. And map control looking a lot better for Brew. Also, this relic still not being catched. Only the one secure relic at home gotten for Favorite. And the other ones will, once this castle is up, be all under pretty firm control by Brew. So might look at a 4-1 relic lead from Brew here by getting the south and the middle, which is kind of where the relics are, both areas that Favorite, I think, could have contested. Cavalier even added. That's a lot of gold drain. He has it right now, but in the long term, or in the pretty short term, he's gonna run out of gold, because that's the only gold he can take right now. So, it's only 4, but yeah, don't think he can continue with that. Favorite raiding in the back though. Emptying that stone, but quick reaction from Brew. Who's pushing into that here, and gold out super quickly. That castle will be important. That's the only spot that Favorite is taking gold, so potentially should be a reason, an area that Brew's gonna attack next. But yeah, by pushing here, he's getting a firm grip around all these 3 gold spots over here. So, and the south, which is really nice, has a dock up there as well. Now the fish is nice to like supplant the farming eco. But I kind of agree with Keller that you should do it that early. And massive Onager shots on the cavalry archers. They're also really low HP. Oh no, Favorite! Losing all his scavengers there, and gold being a big issue. Brew traveling down that castle, has his whole army here now in the right angle and the Grüne Hochschulgruppe is being called. No, it is supposed to be a GG call. Disaster move, losing all the cabbage. That feels a bit boomstick, man. Maybe favorite doing the wrong move, picking a boomstick civilization and then ending the same way as boomstick ended in the tournament. Oh my god, poor boomstick. I hope you just watched this. But yeah, like, and I think that was the game ending move. The game ending was rather the control here. Couldn't get that castle up. Full map control in the south for Brew after initial good fights above this hill, and that's the only spot that favorite can still take gold. Yeah, so I think the map control won it, not the shots. The shots surely helped at him not trying because he knew he couldn't rebuild that CA mass, but very strong performance from Bruno. So apparently he just had to play a 2-hour game without result for to him to look way stronger. After the first 2 games, I think favorite played them better, but picked the wrong civ in 1. Now I think Bruce the one playing better. And normally I would call that armor arrogance, but I don't think Roger played let's see, RMK 1D. And we're gonna go to Lowland, and I'll have to get some water. And Forlegs lost for favorite, so Brew can win the set here with just 1 more victory. Score left is 3 now. And be right back with some water. Alrighty, let's go to the Lowlands of Scotland and make a party in the yard or something. We are Lowland and it's a Mega War. Something that Zayu... No. Did favorite pick that before? It's favorite pick now because he's behind, I think. So favorite gets to pick again. If I'm correct. We had 2 mirrors. So this is like game 6 with that one, right? Would be game 5, it's game 6, so player behind, yeah. Megas PogChamp! Epic Sea Dragon likes to see that, and the game is paused. Why is it paused? Okay, just a sec. I guess the normal pause. And yeah, Mega Wars. Who do you favor in this? I don't know if a mod wants to do predictions, maybe. And yeah, it's a do or die game for favorite. So he will have to win it in order to stay in Ragnarok and make it to the semifinals. And Brew in there with the Hussar. Let's see if somebody gets a villager kill. Does not look like somebody will get one. 2 stables only, 7 ranges without any barracks. So Brew trusting on the hill to save him. 3 stables, 3 racks, 6 ranges. A bit more classic build order by Favorite. Will also be very gold intensive for Brew. So nobody seems to be getting a villager pick with the Hussar now. Now the rushes will start for both players. Second stable not fully built for Brew though. So his rush won't be as strong. And as he is not adding barracks, I think Brew could go down really quickly here. If like Favorite has a good rush, he only has 1 stable up and cav archers, so he kind of can't defend his villagers at all, walling them in around the castles, but could be massive damage done by Favorite. It looks like it is. Brew is down to 4 villagers, 34 army for Favorite. Looking really good for the player behind in score so far. No barracks opening was not the wisest thing to do. And looking heavily behind. Maybe he can do something with cav archer raids though. But Heavy is in position there, and Favorite also getting on the map. With this many villager kills, you could maybe even consider pushing up the hill, but it's actually only 6 to 9 cause Favorite getting housed, so that is hindering him 30 seconds of TC idle time, as you can see over there. So that is kinda giving Brew another chance after the raid. So if Favorite wouldn't have get housed here, I think this game would be very much in his favor. Now like that, I think Brew can catch up. Brew now taking a fight on the hill there. We will have to see what we do if it's 3-3. It's gonna be a really hard situation. Well, let's first see about that. Probably won't resolve it today. Paladinos getting killed. Now Mega Hussar out from the 3 bulwark front castles. I would kind of like to split them up a little bit more if he could do that, so that it's also protecting the back of his economy, because that's where Favorite's probably gonna raid a lot, like he did really well in the first 2 games as well, or maybe in the first 3. On the down low, we do see Favorite colonizing the lowland a little bit now. Not too much. Maybe should rather use advantage by pushing over the top now. Is doing raids over here, but that's where the castle is, and there's not too much eco by Brew at all. Also still has units standing around here, microing his cav archers a lot, and position for Favorite I like way more. He just keeps getting housed. That's a big issue for him. Nice raids here, and yeah, now Favorite's coming over with Paladin army to the right as well. As in the middle, Brew is pushing up the hill. I think doesn't really have the army to do that. Should be amazing fights for Favorite over there. Favorite also going around here through the back will deny any eco development. Brew down to 7 villagers. So this is his only army, and he's using it in an uphill battle. Quite literal uphill battle there. Not the best meat shield for Favorite, but now he's getting the Mega Hussar out. Favorite's eco development also not looking too good. Was raided here a bit as well, but if he can get some farms out or get the better cav archer numbers, I think he should be able to hold that, because he has the hill. Favorite pushing Brew back here and killing the TCs, killing that TC, killing that TC. Not a single TC going up for Brew besides his main TC, and that way he will only have 1 army taking good engagements over here, because Favorite's army isn't really fighting. but Favorite also developing down the hill over here to the left side. Nobody going for relics yet, but the army, the economy just being so denied for Brew. So Favorite doing a really, really nice job with that. Brew, maybe the armor moves of just microing the army too much? Also not macroing it enough though. Tying on downhill a lot. This looks kind of messy though, because it's an uneven ground. 0 production of Mega Hussars for Brew. 37 in the queue now. You noticed. And Favorite now trying to do that. We are with that much food, but with no eco, right? And Favorite still denying that TC over and over again. Like, he killed all the TCs. He's got to deny that one. So it's really only this one army for Brew. Army of 88 looks good on the first glance, but if your opponent has an army of 109 and has an economy, actually, taking the closer goals here, could maybe send them out a little bit further. Will get full control over the left side. And also has started farming, so even though he's down on food right now, that will change soon. And yes, the 11 villagers right now for Brew are really worrying, and he's selling stone, also never a good sign, kind of panic sign most of the time. Trying at a castle to get this gold, but that's a really ugly spot, right? Traps from here could reach that castle, still have hill advantage, even though this is a little bit on the hay. Hey, Favorite should have gone Hans or something for his other home map. That's his home map. Oh yeah, for the one before. Yeah, where he played Japanese. Yeah. Drew is taking quite efficient fights there for him not being able to replenish anything. Actually getting some control, getting some TCs up over here. Is Brew somehow like being a total cockroach here and winning the game with having 10 villagers? Oh, Purpose Cup. But they would actually not be allowed to pick Purpose because it was a mirror at game 1. If you guys are only watching now, the first 3 games Favorite was playing only Purpose. Berber Mirror, no, it wasn't Berber Mirror. He could have picked Berbers. It was Berbers versus Byzantine, it's true. And then they both picked Civ combinations that involved Berbers, and Favorite ended up playing Berbers 3 times. Favorite losing a lot now. Like, and Brew has decent control over the down low. Yeah, Brew refusing to play any quick games. That's it. I regret not starting during Boa for sure by now. It's a really long day for me as well. But yeah, it's still looking good for Favorite. Yeah, that castle wasn't a great castle, right? I pointed it out directly from the hill. Not too well to defend, and Favorite using exactly that. That castle is a better castle. And there's still 2 gold spots that Brew can take, up to 50 villagers, but against the full-blown economy also with villagers on food, probably needs to shift some to wood though for Favorite. Otherwise won't be able to add much more Cavatures, but still has some in the queue and will take over this gold. Mining that gold with a mining camp can easily be killed off there, but does Brew not see it? Brew does not see it indeed. Nobody going for a Brew, also not going for these relics. Favorite patrolling them. Favorite has collected 2 relics from the left side. That one pretty hard to get for him, but Favorite could probably also try to sneak the ones on the right. Mega has a war where you can live without relics though. Because Mega Hussar are just so good. That TC falling, that castle fell, and Favorite is gonna take it to a 3-2, I believe. Another nice 1 cavalry, 1 paladin raid there, and sneaking those relics for favorite. I mean, relics still do help, especially on a map where gold control is scarce. Relics are better on lowlands, not that great in Mega War, because there's Mega Hussar. That actually also do decent against CA if you can spam them endlessly. But Fugit economy better, like everything is just better for favorite here. Also more villagers, more army. Brew taking quite efficient fights though, like has actually better KD than favorite, so that's the one thing going for him. But favorite adding another castle here that will deny this gold. And he also has 7 traps that aren't being sniped because there's no Fudico to produce Mega Hussar for the ostrich. Traps could be used though, I feel like. Maybe he wants to get that castle up first before he uses the traps. Okay, their traps are being deployed on the TCs now. TCs are helping out a bit in this fight, at least they're getting Bracer. Trying to snipe some stuff over there. Onager coming for favorite, but still raids on the right hand side now, being house walled there, so raids have been stopped. Fudico developing over here, and Brew only slowly getting to the needed villager count, actually not producing any right now, and is badly out of all the resources. Will now lose this gold pile, and I imagine will shortly call it. I mean, against Zayu it looked like he was dead one game as well, and then came back with Magyars. It was against Tons though, it was a non-mirror game. So maybe Brew hoping to take this into late game, being confident there, but looking very dominant for favorite. Brew 140 pop, not too bad, but also not really good. And now trying to up his villager count, but his resource bank isn't looking too great. Actually, not much of a bank for favorite as well, but he still has Cavatches in queue. And I think favorite is playing this like in the right speed, trying to deny all the goals. Mega Wars on Acropolis are also known to go super long though. And this is somewhat a mix of, like, it's a mix of Acropolis and Golden Pit. Which Golden Pit tends to go quicker, and we also have these sites, so you don't always have to attack up the hill when you attack the Acropolis, so that's why I think it's a better map than Acropolis. And about the marketplace version, we already rethought for World Cup, but yeah. That was like a bit of the risk of including marketplace. We thought without towers it would be fine, but these two were too closely matched, which is nice, right? Really great set to watch here. Turbo Shades could fire a little bit more on the CA, I like the thought. And yeah, Brew calls the GG. Full control for favorite after favorite having sniped all the villagers, sniped all the economy development from Brew, taking him to 4 villagers at one point and letting him stay at 10 villagers for ages. Well played by favorite, more resembling the first 2 games where he played with nice raids and eco development early on, but doing it even better in this one. And you can see here 28k resources to 14k. Even though fights were pretty efficient, Brew had the better KD, the economy, and the big economy denial. Like, look at this, right? No resources being taken here for quite a while. And also, yeah, look at that. We are at 4 villagers, then it's getting up to 7, and then it's like down to 5 for one fight, down to 7 again, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, while the villager rounds just go crawling. 3-3 would be funny, not gonna lie. Well, I would hope we can avoid that admin decisions, but I don't want to see bias for Brew here. Let's see what's gonna happen in the next game. It is 3-2 right now. So a 3-3 is well in the odds. And usually that's like great hype because we're like, yeah, let's go to game 7. But we kind of already had 7 games then, and one was being called a draw by the players, and we allowed them to move on first, but we don't really know what to do then. Please make it a mirror RNG game, but how would we do RNG? And I kind of think they can't draw. But yeah, I don't want to discuss this right now. Let's do the next one. I'd probably just do a decision tomorrow about that. It's a Franks war on Atacama. Brew picking Franks. Wow. Okay. Number of 1 to 42 for Sifs. Franks war on Atacama. Let's go. Somebody want to make a poll maybe for this game? Like predictions? We still have mods here. $18 left, and then we go into what might be the last game if favorite loses it and Brew wins it, and which might be a really exciting situation admin wise and for everybody to start drama about if favorite wins it. You can bet your points in this game. There will be a resolution, pretty sure. Atacama has a limited amount of food as well, so yeah. Do you guys favor? You can enter it in the predictions and bet some channel puntos on that. Would you have favorite in the blue? Going for 5 stables and 5 barracks. Very standard. And Brew going 5 stables and 4 barracks. So probably wants to go throwing X-Men a bit earlier. But no big difference in build order here. Let's go, Grande Amigo. Rhaegar still staying up and staying true to Brew. Captrade is doing crazy stuff. Do we get a villager kill here for Brew? I think we do. Yeah. Getting a villager kill on this side. No villager kill on the other side. So better start for the Grande Amigo. There, and I can't speak any Spanish, so I'm butchering that on purpose. So I won't butcher it without purpose. Right? Purpose is good. Favorite host was there for a little bit, but TC idle times are not that bad, so it's only slightly. But now he's housed, which is tempering his production. So yeah, looking good for Brew, who has enough houses for now. But we have how many villagers on houses? 2 villagers on houses, and the raid coming in here, losing another villager. Strong start from Brew over here, 9 to 10 to 5. But raids for Favorite in as well, getting defended with the Heretiers really nicely though for Brew. 4 villagers to 2 villager losses, so raids going in favor of Brew. And might even get another one there. No, Heretier is there, should not get another one. But the house villager is so distracted, right? That house villager killed there. That house villager has to go. I guess we don't have to decide that. Yeah, maybe not have favorite now for house that. 35. He looked so good in the last game, like on the lowland game. But the Franks were looking really, really nice for Brew. Raid still coming in. And looking rough for Keller's training partner before this set over here. Being surrounded there now, and Castles, well, he might get one up, but Brew now with the big military, with the big villager lead. How's that 40 pop? Like, favorite is kind of how's that every step of the way. How's that 15 pop? How's that 20 pop? How's that 25 pop? How's that 35 pop? I jumped to 30 because I think he wasn't housed there. And how's that 40? Now gets the castle up, so his house problem is certainly solved. But the map control will go for Mr. Brew. And massive armies coming forward, but no siege with it. So these 3 castles are probably gonna go up and stay up as well for quite a bit. So favorite might have a chance to go back to the game. But it is Brew's time to return the favor with reducing the villager count of his opponent. Only 5 villagers, so kind of same as last game, just the role switch, and very much looking like an assassin ostrich will make it to the semifinals of Ragnarök. I thought him to be really nervous in the deciding game. This kind of is the deciding game, I guess. The one before was also a deciding game for him, and he didn't look nervous in the lowland game at all. Massive army for Brew there, still not queuing trebuchets. Like, I really don't know why he's queuing X-Men before traps. He has a big army advantage. Traps could finish that, but yeah, you also want X-Men, but just 1-2 trebuchets and camping them would be enough for Brew to take this home. Now he's taking fights under castle, still has the way superior armies though. And is winning the battle in the middle, but losing these other 2 better, so it is a little bit of wasting going on here for Brew. So favorite holding for now. 7 economy to 28, still a tough situation that he is in, but Brew a bit too overconfident to walk in there. KD now massively in favorite, so that was a great exchange for the... No, I can't say the Quendy player, they're both Quendies. For the US player. Wait, is favorite even from the US? Or is he from UK? My smartphone is telling me to go to bed. And I think I will obey that, and I have to cast True against Andy tomorrow. We could be in for a little bit of a longer game. It's still 9 villagers only for favorite. He is from US, yes. Okay. Could also say Roger. And better throwing X-Men was now defending that. Map control is still for Brew. The economy is still for Brew. But Brew just refusing, like, what did Brew do between these games, right? Did he like meet Hazy somewhere in real life and they, like, I don't know, allergies aren't contagious, but it seems like siege allergy is contagious and Hazy somewhat infected Brew. I'm not sure if you watched the Hazy against Frost set earlier, but we determined that Hazy had a siege allergy there, and apparently Brew has a little bit of a siege allergy now. Trebuchets first started for that, and that castle is going to be built again, but I think it's going to be down before it's up. Still, these castles will go up, so the wood control will be for Brew, but in the Franks War it doesn't come into play that quickly. And favorite is getting some form of economy up. Brew still has a big advantage in that, and that means no production for a while for favorite, but doing a really good job to hold this here. Brew still not a single trebuchet on the field, and now it's kind of too late for the traps because there's enough army for favorite, who actually has army numbers advantage, but I think more paladins. No, actually same paladin amounts, and the more worthy army for favorite. So looks a little bit like Brew's trying to throw this game so we get more interesting situations, and they will have to continue to play their to our game probably. But economy should still carry him, but he's not doing much. Okay, now raiding a little bit there, stop that castle. But if he allows favorite to get to full pop, we might see a closer game here than it should have been, I feel. That castle will probably go up in time. Paladins did see it, but not trying to snipe it. Instead, favorite is trying to reduce the economy of Brew. Makes sense, but it's pretty full blown already. And Brew also getting some raids in over there. Brew selling wood. 4 more gold to produce nothing with that. Just in the queue. Oh, trebuchets! For trebuchets! Ha! Look at this! We have a trip! Being produced from the castle at home instead of from these ones. Okay, there's he's producing now. The raid doing quite something. And villager count actually evening out here. What is happening? Is favorite really coming back here? Has trebuchets there? Oh no, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Are you speaking from Bruce's perspective right now? Because I don't know how he hasn't won the game yet. Okay, quick, good, big engagement here, and more paladins there. I know that song too. At least like the little sound bit that Xavier used to have on the stream. I don't actually know which song it is from. I have to admit that. But big fight coming up. 3 trebuchets. Finally, we have some siege for Mr. Brew. And the X-Men numbers are quite even. But I think that castle will go down. KD still in favor of favorite. We have 42 X-Men there against 43. So actually, X-Men numbers also better. And favorite still raiding. But losing that castle and wood control, it's still 5k wood in the bank, right? So yeah, Brew has all the wood control, all the middle control. But as long as favorite just needs the middle when he needs wood, and he doesn't need wood now for a long time. Probably also won't need wood if he doesn't queue too many habit. And if he sends those X-Men in, should be able to clean these traps. Brew trying to send him back. And a little bit of misplay from Favorite that he didn't get to snipe those traps. That would have helped him a lot. Favorite also... Pfft, how? With no map control he's getting 2 relics and he will get the 3rd one as well there. These 2 will be hard to get, but somehow Favorite sneaked 2 relics as well. So he's gonna have 3 relics. I don't see Brew contesting that. So with that bad of a start, getting 3 relics, getting back into the game. Impressive from Favorite, but also a little bit of throwy from Brew. Snipey, those traps would have been a mistake. Okay. Would have cost too many X-Men numbers, I guess is what you're saying. But I felt like he was winning the fight around that. But yeah, general rule of thumb is you want to beat the army first, then you get the traps anyways, and not go just for the traps. But Favorite, with pushing that back, will get to wood now before he long needs it. And yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe it after the start. But Favorite is coming back in this. He has 116 eco now. Is the one pushing? Farm count pretty equal. More villagers on gold for him. It has a relic advantage. 3-1 relic, so Brew got the one from the left side and will not get that castle up. Really effective raid here. Will he get it up? Will he get it up? No, I don't think so. Yeah, stopped at 97%. The set will never end. The eternal quarterfinals. Welcome. What did I get myself into today? I need to go to bed. Don't tell me they're all playing, just gonna play another 2-hour game here. I was like super excited for this set because it's gonna be close, but I didn't hope it would be that close. Let's see, maybe it still ends somewhat, but this game feels like it could go really long again. For traps versus that. It's very Miroslav? Closer? I don't know. Is somebody doing backflips here? Drew might kill that castle at some point. Maybe someone needs wood. Oh god, but it's a Frank war. Nobody will need wood. Frank wars can't go long. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Nice raise again from Favorite. Favorite's playing really good now after a super shaky start in this game. But I think that's a favorable fight for Favorite. Should have said Roger in that sentence. He has more X-Men numbers. 3 Paladins will go down soon, but more army coming for Favorite. And that will change the fight in his favor. God, these sentences. It's super late for me, guys. I think Bruce's gonna be pushed back here. But what does it have to do with Miroslav Klose? I'm still wondering. Better numbers for nobody. Very even fight there. KD overall better for Favorite. And raiding stables being prepared as well. Not sure if that's costing a lot of paladins, but like the defensive castle placements for Brew have been an issue haunting him in this set. Gets that one up on the gold. Not much gold to contest on this map. So it looks like everybody's having their gold secure, which again speaks for a long game. I'm cursed. We're cursed, guys, everybody. This is gonna be the eternal deathmatch set. Look at the pop difference. Oh, yeah, maybe not. Maybe the raids will... I mean, it's still gonna be the eternal deathmatch set if Favorite wins this, but... looks like Favorite has a really big advantage pushing all the middle away. That's also a lot of stone cost for Brew. And he's down to 100 pop. So back to Marketplace, everybody. Yay! Now we did all this detour just to return to the 2-hour game. Da-da! Da-da-da! Da-da-da! And Brew was so close to taking his hit. If he just would have made some trebuchets at minute 10, it would have been over and Brew was in the semifinals. Bring Zayu back. Frost has been silently watching this whole time. Okay, yeah, well, Frost, you can try to wake Zayu up. I don't know how he will feel about that. Having probably 2 hours more until he needs to go to work. And having slept 2 hours until then. Has it been 2 hours? Maybe it's been 1 hour. Maybe he still has 3 hours until he needs to get up. Only 2 hours and 20 minutes to get this back. Well, Favorites doesn't want to finish this game, so we might watch that game for 2 hours. And then he will be back to co-cast the other game with me for 2 more hours. Bruce getting up to pop again. He's up to 150 and he still has 109 villages. Favorite's just raiding. He has a relic advantage, but it's only 3-2. It looked like Favorite was taking that one, but now he's occupied with this castle that doesn't do anything instead of pushing into the base when he had double the pop. A little bit of misjudging of the game there from Favorite, but obviously we are the all-knowing spectators here. Still not all-knowing, but yeah, Frank Wars induce a lot more castles. At least on this map there won't be markets over in these corners. 11 castles for 8 castles for Favorite, 7 for Brew. We do have a nice castle chain here around all the economy. That castle will fall, but I don't think it matters. Like, why is Favorite investing all his army to kill that castle instead of pushing into the farming economy? Killing the castles on the farming eco seems to be what matters, and the 2 relics maybe. And yeah, now it's 200 versus 200 pop again. So a little bit of a throw from both now, or I guess a big throw from Brew at the start, and now a little bit or kind of bigger throw from Favorite as well. And map control for Favorite now. I mean, that didn't do Brew any good, but Brew's out of wood though. Brew's out of wood, and Favorite's doing a good job keeping him off wood. So I still think Favorite takes this. I don't think Roger would have been able to end Brew, and it would have been risk his army. But either Frost or True Co-cast is something we need for our game for sure. If we really go still back to that game today. And obviously Kellen is arguing for the strategy that makes the game longer. I mean, it might be true it's a risk and he has better control. He doesn't need to take that risk. It's just, I'm a little bit biased for, like, I wasn't wanting to go to sleep during the game 3, okay? But by now, I'm kind of imagining my day tomorrow that I should really go to sleep. So I was biased for him trying to finish it where he had one pop advantage. I'm all for fast band. You can never fault players for playing the smart strategy. Yes, I'm not faulting anybody for playing the smart strategy. I'm just a human being and having wishes. If you want to see players faulting people for playing long games, you gotta watch Greek TV. But maybe sometimes you get a glimpse of it on Otter TV. Especially when Keller's in the chat complaining. Even though he proposed Marketplace for the map pool, I think. Fast-paced action auf Wish bestellt. Yeah, well, not only Marketplace can go long. Don't see a conclusion coming here too quick. You get a lot more than just complaining about long games for Greek TV. Do you mean a lot more complaining or a lot more... You get PK clown jokes. That sometimes that's an attraction. And I got $100 in weird crypto from it as well. Thanks for lighting up my mood, Kenneth. As I'm thinking, I should get another beer probably, because we're just to stand through this game. So Bruce back in full swing. He's back on like having wood axes. He has bombard cannon sniping some nice trebuchets. Or nicely sniping some trebuchets. Guys, I can't think anymore, alright? Maybe I even actually need a co-caster for this game. Like, I want Zayu back to take over the stream. And chill and observe. That was good. I think if that wouldn't have happened, that my headset went out and he would have casting for me, I wouldn't be able to still stream. Should we think of a drinking game for the marketplace game? Well, if it's you drinking, I'm fine with it. I'm not gonna play a drinking game. I'm not that unreasonable. I'm unreasonable enough to still cast. But I won't play a drinking game during it. I'm still working on my first beer. And I wish to limit it to maximum 2 today. Now bombard cannons being added for brew as well, and we do see the typical late Frank mirror. X-Men throwing axes at X-Men. More X-Men throwing more axes at more X-Men. I'm not just throwing some rocks on the X-Men. Sometimes X-Men throwing rocks on the Onagers. Playing the game that I drink anytime I want. Okay, that's a good game. I agree with that game. Shot for every time trade gets raided. Yeah, I think we would all be dead at that point if we did that during Game 3. Favorite making some advances, getting that castle up. And it looks like we might not avoid the... no, I'm done with calling this game, okay? I called this game for brew, I called this game for favorite. I'm not gonna call any games anymore. I'll just watch more one paladin raids being very effective from favorite. And brew probably pushing this castle back and prolonging the game with that. Shot for every time Water says long game. Yeah, the drinking games when you watch TV aren't like the person on TV drinks, but the people in front of the TV drink, right? So that's all good rules. And this is a long game, right? There was a long game for game 3 as well. I don't know if I wouldn't consider game 1 a long game. Maybe was game 2 a long game? I don't even remember. You're drinking water. That isn't fun. Duarte would have to throw pretty hard to lose this game now. He's doing good raids. And Brew isn't raiding at all, and Woodline situation will get dire for him quite soon. 45 on wood though, still, and this castle is surviving. Like, if he can keep that castle up, it's looking really nice for him. Did you guys talk at all about the previous time these two met in a tournament? No, actually not. When did they previously meet? Did they meet in World Cup 4? I should have checked. I probably checked that out for the seeding of World Cup 5, but I forgot. But tell me all about it, Kellen. We have time. Oh no, was that? Was that in Deathmatch World Cup 3? No, but that was favorite against Viper, no? Oh no, that was favorite against Brew. That was Deathmatch World Cup 3 deciders. Oh god, yeah. I didn't remember that was against Brew. I remember that was favorite. But yeah, it was an Acropolis game. Was it Franks as well? It was something where you started build order with castles for sure. It was Acropolis. It was the game 5. Was it best of 5 or game 7? Magias. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it started with castles as well. Oh, that's actually interesting because we just had a Magia war in the last game, right? This time favorite didn't delete his castles and won the game, the Magia war. Game 7? Ah yeah, it was like, there was a single elimination qualifier, right? With best of 7 deciders at that point. Deathmatch World Cup 3. True, so there's a lot of history to this match, and it being super close and only being decided by unfortunate actions by favorites. So let's see if he does that again. It's only complete if Roger leads at least one castle. Well, he didn't delete. I mean, delete a standing castle, right? That he shouldn't delete. He deleted foundations for sure. But maybe that is the reason why the set hasn't ended yet and can't end until that happens. Right? That might be the curse. But Brew pushes back that castle finally. Roger did not delete it, but Brew killed it. And that kind of means Brew is back into the game. But 160 pop, not looking too hot. 70 farmers to 80 farms. So both doing good on their farm count. It was like one complete and two others almost complete. Yeah, I thought about, like, I asked about what you think would happen in this set in order for it to be able to complete, like, according to my conspiracy theory. I'm formulating way too complicated. But yes, back then it was one up and 2 or 3 almost up ones. And then they all crumbled. I remember the scene. There's probably a clip of it somewhere still, right? Maybe somebody wants to look up for the castle delete. It should have been clipped on Nilly's stream or something, right? I think Nilly was casting that, so... Maybe somebody can find the clip of Nilly's stream where favorite deletes his castles. I'm sure somebody did a clip. Is Brew coming back in this game? Once again. This is super swingy. 29 to 21 on wood, same farm amount. Favorite has a ton of food though. And better gold bank. So still think he's in a better spot. But he's losing a lot of castles in the middle. Still has also Stonebank though, so can place 3 more castles there with Franks. But True doing his best there, taking great engagements. Will need to go back to his own trebuchet now. These games are just reinforcing the decision to put smaller forest stone pads in Deathmatch World Cup 4. Yeah, Brute demanded that on Marketplace. It's also a bit doubting the decision to put Marketplace somewhere in, but... Yeah. Agreed. That's a good fight for favorite. Is it actually? The Hussars are like the Hussars. They're not Hussars, but the Light Cav are tanking quite a bit. But Light Cav? What do you guys think about the Light Cav? I am really unsure about Light Cav. Like in the fights. Light Cav to raid? Why not? But I think for the fight, selling the food and to get X-Men out would be better. Oh, we have the clip. I'm gonna watch it after this game, I guess. Which might be a while. I don't want to pause it because it's already that long. But I would need to get a drink. And now it's looking good for favorite though. So maybe it's ending. Brew has 160. Population. You think we have plenty of time? Okay, if you say that, I'm gonna be right back. This is all that's gonna happen in this screen anyway, so I don't think you're gonna miss anything. And against the going. Bruce getting back to turn pop as well. Favorite is doing the better rates, like Eco KD, you can see here 12 versus 32. So I still think Roger has a big advantage. But nothing happened. Well, I'm sure some stuff happened. Actually, I don't know, for casters, it's really hard to cast these age-long games. I remember how I struggled with casting like True against Leash and True against Daywalker set in last World Cup. But as a viewer, I really like to watch these super long games and look at the details and everything. And there must be some people who agree, because like the 3-day game got a lot of attention. Could Roger push for the relics? Yes, could. So, kind of can put them out. Needs to kill that castle, and maybe make a monastery over here. Can't wait to as true as any next. No, I'm not gonna cast that tonight. I'm gonna cast it tomorrow. I didn't think this set would take 7 hours. But apparently it's a set, I mean, it is a set with history. So, these two really want to win it. Favorite being barred from entering Deathmatch World Cup 3 by set in the past. I played 20-hour free-for games. I never played a 20-hour free-for game. But usually I somewhat have the time for it. And I don't start them at 3 AM. I mean, besides that one time where I did it, and it was a super stupid decision. I'm gonna cast it tomorrow in front of Otter Monday. Like Andy vs. Trusid. Yeah, castle falling here at the front for Brew, but he still has army around it. Yes, I think that's playing. They're doing the best here. Looking good for, like, I think that's favorable. Good engagement for Roger. Let's avoid the favorable words here. And Bruce holding on because he really doesn't want to go back to the game 3 probably. And because he felt like he won the game earlier, but it's, I think 87 to 35 army. Brew calls the GG. Okay, Frost Kellen. Who co-casts game 3? 100 farmers for Brew, but calling GG for Brew. So well, we do have an admin decision, right? Okay, that's what I would send. We play the series over again tomorrow. No, you just have to finish the game 3. But we will allow them to reschedule it. So I kind of hope they reschedule it. But if they don't reschedule it, I open a new beer. So if somebody gets in here to co-cast with me, I'll also cast the rest of game 3. We still have 32 viewers at a ridiculous late time. That's beautiful. Thanks everybody for staying through the set with me. I don't know if I would have still casted the set if you guys weren't there. So thanks a lot, and let's get some music on while it's decided if they reschedule or not. It is a great set, to be honest. Yes. The problem kind of stems from these two being so evenly matched, and it's a fantastic set. With a great caster. Oh, Keller saying something nice. Thank you. Well, yeah, I guess that's what happened, Hydra. But it's just playing 2 more hours, right? If they do it in a different game, that's fine. Keller, if you want to ban Andy, I wouldn't mind. Right? Oh, you can also write an AoE zone post about him. He's used to that. I mean, I agree Zayu was a great caster. But the way you're saying it. Can't ban the VIPs? I think he just did that, right? What? Default for restore matches? Oh, he's trying and it doesn't work. Works fine? Okay. Man, I mean, I understand. Cool. Could have won one more game though. But they won't restart it. They would have to use the save. But sorry, yeah, we're communicating over here. Was running waiting for Brew to train with him or something? Favorite is hosting something. Running said that, yeah. Well, I think it wasn't only Bruce's decision. If it was only Bruce's decision, he would have won that set quickly. Okay, yeah, we can do that. So, favorite country schedule and for reasons we decided to let them play Runestones to map 2 Civ picks by by favorite and Brew picks one. It was very even. There I left for work when you were cast. It's almost done. It's the 7th series. Yes, it's a very long series. And I won't get around to doing the 3rd one today. I will do it tomorrow. Yes, I knew those comments was coming. That's why I didn't want to make that decision. But they both want to do that, so I don't think you can do that. The opponent cannot agree to that, right? So it isn't exactly the case what you're saying, Hydra. But we're gonna finish the set today. That's nice, right? Wait, wasn't there a host before? I don't think the case like this will happen again. Yeah, most likely not. Typical Gwendis, both playing too good. Oh, what is the problem? Not having the stamina to stay through. Oh, don't tell me the headset is giving up again. I thought I had loaded it for long enough. Quiet rocking frost out of tournament. Your favorite play again on semis? Let me think. I can't think anymore. Wait, that didn't work. They're starting and the headset died again. Great. Best of 21 on the marketplace. Yeah, we should do that show match. I think we should do that as a show match and get Greek TV as a caster. I think that would be the perfect solution. So we have a game 7 somewhat. It is Magias against Hans on Runestones. With favorite picking the Magias. So we'll only have to survive Bruce. No, with Brew picking the Hans actually. Favorite proposed those civs. And only Vikings civs? Does that make the game longer to play Vikings? Why Vikings? A Viking was that boring? I could think of worse things, like only Slavs? Something that doesn't need wood, like we had Saracens in the studies, right? I think that's closer to that. Like Vikings need wood and they're not that defensive, so yeah. I did a long Viking mirror market, you can't raid. True. But what about yeah. And you have castles everywhere, Zerg spam? Yeah, maybe a good proposal for a bad game. But here we have Magias vs Hans on Runestone, so that shouldn't take that long. And we're gonna have closure, and we're gonna have a semi-finalist in hopefully under an hour. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, all being said and done, and this taking way longer than I thought. As Keller pointed out earlier, it has been a fantastic games, right? And really, really close set. Now we forgot about the clip. Oh yes, we did forget about the clip. It's too far up in chat. Yeah, I can't find it anymore. Oh, there it is. No, I missed it again. You could have reminded me of the clip when the game didn't start yet. Well, we're gonna watch the clip after for a history lesson. But now, we want to watch the redo Game 3, Game 7, whatever. The definitely last game of the set, everyone. We do have 5 Sables. And 6 and 3. So some heaviness later on probably. And favorite clumping a little bit here. Knowing that Hans have the early advantage. So far, Brew was only playing this. Has actually picked this against Zayu. So it's interesting. Favorite one picked these two civs, I think. And Brew was the one playing it before. Hans have to win early, I think. I think so too. $5 Roger deletes those castles. Okay, now I want Roger to delete the castles. For $5 it's too cheap. I only want him to delete the castle if you promise me more than $5. Or, I mean, if it's a donation, it will go to the prize pool anyways, right? Yeah, 4 castle, like 1 needs to go up and then he deletes them, right? Actually, I think we have the time. Let me pause this and show the clip. So that it will be more epic when he really deletes the castles, right? We're so late into this already. Like, we can spare 2 minutes to watch the clip and then the game. Fail of the day! I really like this.
What's up, people, of a special episode of Fail of the Day today. Something that I wasn't part of and something I didn't cast. But the fail was so colossal.
Oh, we didn't cast it. Interesting. So it is actually then probably code stream? Leash and code streaming or something?
That I wasn't part of and something I didn't cast. But the fail was so colossal that I wanted you to be part of it and share it with you. We are in the DM World Cup round of 32. Winner is number 7. It is the Magia War on Acropolis. Therefore, you want to go for Paladin, Heavy be king as well, and as you can see in the last column, did really grind the games in there. The villagers being walled in here, nice move, villagers working there, raids at the other side, and more nice expansion going forward. And now the pressure might have gotten too favorite, because the bad thing is he is aiming to delete his stone walls, but you can see what happens.
Okay, what is up?
Oh, it's still
2 hours almost built.
As I said, such an important situation. And he's just double-clicking all
It's slow-mo, the slow-mo. Ooh.
He double-clicked all castles and deleted them. Oh, instead of the stone walls. And that obviously puts him housed. Pop 45 out of 45. He can't produce. He can't build mega hussars. He threw away. What is that? 1950 stone. And in the end, ended up losing the full series. And therefore,
Yeah, and the houseness as well. Like, look at all the red stuff.
Oh!
He did say feels bad, man, not feels nearly bad. That's the interesting part. Okay, back to the repeat, maybe. Let's see. One castle needs to go off. There's 4 castles this time. I think there's only 3 there. Strong same score and same save for Roger, yeah. But he didn't. He did make some stone walls there, right? Does he want to delete them? Is the big question now. One castle was up, the other one's there. That would be the historic moment. But will it happen? Will it not happen? One castle is up. This would be the moment. Does he want to delete the stone walls already? Probably Tarkin's there, so probably doesn't want to delete the stone walls already. Deletes the stone walls, but not the castles. Favorite 1. 1. History 0. You're really setting us up, trying to. But yeah, it was fun. There's still time. There's still time, but he did delete the stone walls, right? So does he want a quick wall again and then do it? But I think with deleting the stone walls once, maybe doesn't want to go the risk in the same situation again. Also, he is still Magyars, right? It was Magyars. It wasn't Acropolis, but it was game 7. It was Magyars. And the opponents was also Magyars and Thierry's Huns. But actually getting all the 4 castles up, back to casting games, really, really nice. For Brew trying to close this out. Means he won't take that much damage. 3-2 villager count here. And history. Sounds like history hit. Rent draw a new game 7 save phone, save score and Rocket Vegas. Definitely a setup. It is. This is all scripted. But we scripted badly because it didn't delete the castles, right? If it would be perfectly scripted, we would have had to delete the castles. And Brew isn't doing enough damage. Maybe early with Hans here could still deny the economy, right? 4 castles in the build order means not too many castles to protect anything else. Woohoo! Worry forward. Castle here on the right side for Brew. Taking aggressive map control. Also placing castles there. Villagers somehow getting through the paladins there to build there those castles around the map. This one not even walled in. And ram push there as well now. Military count 150, 280. Maybe he didn't delete the castles, but will the same thing with the game 7 happen again to Favorite? Hydra can't type because he's on his phone. But raids for Favorite as well. No castles in the eco for the Huns at all. Going for complete map control castles for a full-on push. The Rams are there. And this is the question. Can he hold that? He has Mega Hussars, so he has a counter unit to the Rams. And I think he can probably push this back, but we lose all the map control. Castle also going up. Beautiful castle on 2 golds and potential farming eco. This castle, though, could be a good questions. Good questions, but I'm reading too much chat. Could be a nice vantage point, attacking point. Maybe Ram's not the right choice. Maybe Trebuchets would have been better with the 150 army against the 86. And now Favorite has survived that important part. Bruce still has the map control. Now has to add some castles at home to protect his own economy. But I think Favorite has weathered the storm. And if he doesn't delete all his castles, I like his position. Also has Mega Hussar CA. Hans might have cheaper CA, but Megas have the better CA with more range and more attack from the unique Imperial Age unique technology. Recurve. Trebuchets are now out though working on the castles. It is 4 castles there though. And Brew is like, okay, if you don't want to delete the castles for me, I will have to do it for you. And I don't know why I'm talking like that to impersonate Brew. That's kind of maybe wrong. It's surely the wrong accent. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, he's deleting one castle for him, right? Maybe Favorite deleted that castle in the last moment. It is a really interesting matchup. Also, the counter rates for Favorite on the main gold, but there's a castle on it, so defending that. Brew is on the hill, but his numbers not really great. And the strongest CA for Favorite. I think Favorite has weathered the important part. He is also trapping that there... Was it Italian? I don't even know which accents I'm doing anymore. I'm just too tired right now. Or not too tired. I'm not really tired, but I casted for too long. Yeah, I think Favorite gets this, right? Brew 4 relics to Roger's 5th. 0.5. Oh yeah, 0.5 because of the Hans over here, indeed. But will that be enough against Magyars, right? Do Magyars really need relics? They need to get Fudiko up for the Magyar Hussar. See on 2 hours? I don't think so. I guess it's over then, yeah. I think it's really over then. That castle will go down, and so losing a bit of map control, but yeah, really nice drop from Brew to get 4 relics out there. And yeah, Gom will go longer. Why did we ever hear that today? I think Roger still wins it though. I think so too. I think like if the Mega survive here, it's looking good for them. Exactly. And like getting those 4 castles up and not deleting them really helped him out. More shots, right? There's still a drinking game. I hope you guys are still drinking. I actually took a sip of beer while Kella said longer. Maybe I should take another one. Lumi! Welcome to an epic Game 7 in the Ragnarök Quarterfinals. We had the longest set that I've watched in a long time. And I'm saying long way too often. If there's a drinking game, you guys all have to drink whenever I say long game. So welcome to a long Game 7. Thanks for the raid, Lumi. It's been a fantastic set with a lot of chaos, with a draw that's being replayed right now, and with an epic long Atacama game as well. And we have Hans versus Magyars in the Game 7 historic matchup, Deathmatch World Cup 3, where Favorite deleted all his castles. I just showed the clip, did not delete all his castles in this one. Brew try and go for another push. Hans kind of have to win this early, while Magyars better on the later side. Moin is drinking. Thank you. And welcome everybody. Thanks a lot, Lumi, for the 54 people raid to conclude this really epic set. If you have a chance, watch it back, and the horribly long games you can probably skip a bit there. But Favorite weathering the early storm of Brew, now looking to be in a good spot because Magyars should be stronger later on. Have extra Magyar Hussar, stronger than the Hussar for the Hans and the better Cav Archers. Brew having 4 relics though, and the Hun bonus reducing the 1 relic that Favorite has, so it is 4 to 0.5 for Brew. And yes, we're super late. Yes, I've been casting since 17 GMT, and yes, this set has been close. I expected it to be close. I didn't expect it to be that close. I didn't expect to still cast it at 3 AM. And it also has a lot of history to it. I briefly talked about that, but Drew can inform you more and maybe repost the castle delete story link for the new people if you want, Keller. A long time no siege. That was kind of what killed Brew in the Game 6, that he didn't get siege out enough, and he actually had a 3-1 lead in this set, and Favorite took it back to this Game 7 where he does have the higher army count, does have also a decent economy now. Brew raiding this gold over here, but it's looking like Favorite will take his revenge for that epic set in Deathmatch World Cup 3 in an even more epic set with less castle deletes, but a lot of craziness going on nonetheless. And looking tough for the Huns here. Brew siege 3 in this tournament. C2 already fallen. So Lara beating Rage in the round of 16. Might look at another upset over here. Traditionally really close set. And Favorite could still go on longer. Resources not looking too bad for Brew. But 6k gold for the Magyars. For Relics though is the advantage that is there for Mr. Brew. Show up more often if we need it. Well, he's here, right? You just showed up, Lumi, for 54 viewers. Thanks a lot for that. Some Cavachers versus Cavachers fighting Magyar Hassa in the middle, really happy. What was that outpost? What? There was an outpost at the edge of the map that just got destroyed. Oh, so much love between you two. Beautiful. But yeah, okay, the army count for Favorite didn't push it through here. So we might look at, you know what I'm gonna say, a long game. But Favorite with the, I think, what do you guys favorite more? Being the Magyars or having 4 relics? 10k gold challenge, already at 7k. Only 3k for Brew, and there's only a little bit of gold here. There's still a little bit of gold over here. Going for the wood control is Brew. So we certainly want to do that one. After all the stuff. If we're doing that drinking game, that would be one shot 20. I didn't count how often I said long game, but there was the drinking game you guys wanted to do. I like the Tarkans, just not enough. Tarkans could be good, yeah. Tarkans probably the unit that can kill as well. It's the Magyar Hassa as be okay against the Cavachers. And it's gonna be Tarkan CA against Magyar Hassa CA, with the CA being better for the Magyars and the Tarkans being better than the Magyar Hassa. The problem is Tarkanitos cost gold. Magyar Hassa do not. So 7k gold can go kind of purely into HCA. But with that castle, with that position, Brew is trying to go for a big push here. Traps by his opponent, they're out as well. It has to bring them back. Nice work from Brew with the... Sorry, Lumi, I thought you stopped. Nice work with the targets to push the traps back. And that is quite some farming eco. 66 farms to 60 farms, both doing really well on their farming economy development. You can see that it's 2 of the best players of the world matching each other here. My headset went out, but it doesn't really matter. I hope I just turn the music down so you shouldn't hear any background noise, and since I'm solo casting it shouldn't be much of an issue. You should still hear everything. Castle falls, and now the Magyars are trying to snipe the trebuchets. There is quite some heavy care watchers over here. Deem specific rules like no walls or gates. Yes, no gates, no bomber towers, no towers in this tournament, being a bit special. And no walls beside quick loads. Let's see, the trebuchets get a hit on the onagers. Overall, also Onager probably not gonna get more than 1 trap. Yeah, get 1 of them. Army count, CA count looking really nice for Favorite though, so I think he's gonna push this back. Another advantage that Suns have over the Magyars is C-Tram, but is it really an advantage against Magyar Hassa? Probably C-Tram's not really the way to go. Trap staying up to trap a barracks over here. And there's hill advantage for Brew, so trying to fight this push out actually has the Hassa now in the middle. And that might be bad for the Cavacher numbers. The Cavacher numbers so much better for Favorite. Favorite still 7k gold in the bank. Trying to wall up the left hand side, an outpost in front of that wall up. So we're gonna see, oh yeah, that's farming eco over here. And I think Favorite is pushing him back on the right side. That 7k gold probably canceling out the 4 relics. Good lord, this game is going to be really long again. You know what you guys gotta do? What True made you do? Drink. Because he was talking about a long game. Now you for sure need to drink. The outpost being killed? When do I remember talking about outposts getting killed? Yeah, I'm getting some flashbacks from 3 hours ago. Oh my god lord. These guys really won't let me sleep. Gotta get a new beer. That's the spirit, Boyd. I also love your name, Boyd. It's a great name. I grew up in Hamburg. I love it. Blue doing a really great job defending this forward position, getting some wood control for him. There will be ESPJ, how are you doing? Would be worth to make a bunch of paladin for a big push with all that gold. Yes, but Favorite's probably playing the long game. And that's smarter than doing a big push. So yeah, it wouldn't be worth. But I wanted to have that lead up to that line. That's really bad position for Brew. Kevach is getting surrounded. Kevach is from the other side, and we do have the Mega Hussar on that. I'm an alcoholic. I just drank 1 beer today. You're turning the volume off on the stream? Why? Ow, because otherwise you get too drunk. Okay, gotcha. But that was not a great fight for Brew, losing too many coverage numbers here. So maybe we're actually not gonna go for a long game. Told you I'd see you in 2 hours, but you're still there, Hydra, so it didn't work. I don't think that was 2 hours ago when you said that. But only 25 Cavachers on the field for the Huns, only 1.5k gold. Still has a little bit of gold to mine here. That's only 300 gold though. Exposed wood choppers over there. Come on, we're at 35 minutes yet, guys. And Trebuchet, yeah, I think Favorite is gonna get that castle. I think it's looking really good for Favorite. But I'm done calling games, I said. So let's see what Brew can do with his 4 relics. Getting some raids there in the back. Military numbers looking way better for Favorite though. Brew dropping in population. And these raids will be caught off by the Mega Hussar quite nicely. So yeah, not too sure what is the Mahans can do at this stage. At this stage I still completely favor the Magyars, but Favorite has to use up some of his gold. Still a little bit of stone to fight over here in the middle. And Brew going into a more defensive position right now. And Favorite pushing his advantage there. Don't know how long Brew can really hold this still. And my water's empty again. Ah, shit. Do I really have to pause this? Okay. Oh, fuck it. Let's do it. Be right back. You're trying to avoid the word now, even. I somehow enjoy the games. Yeah, I do. And another nice push there from Brew, getting that forward castle. But there's 3 trebuchets working on it, and not much army to defend that. So I like the idea that Brew wants to do something. I kind of think he maybe shouldn't do anything. And just play the game. I'd relax to solve the word. Okay, go forward. Go ahead. To really puzzling us all here. What could it be? Right. It's also plural, so I don't know if it counts. We passed the 40-minute mark. Not gonna say more than that, but you're free to drink if you want. I think the games are really good. Brew is really playing this nicely for its hard with Hans, I think. But nice rates in the back for favorite. Roger's gold bank is going down, yeah. He is only at 4k now, and Brew still has 1.4k. Can he break through those houses? Doesn't really have siege with it. And that's like... Favorite is doing a better job at having siege where he needs it in the set, I feel. 500 gold per half hour? No, the game's only 40 minutes long and he had 7k gold. Who had a math PhD again? Oh right, it was Zayu. Boom. Favorite push attack on the left side again. And it is not a long game yet. No, it's an average length game. Oh, damn it! You guys gotta drink. 24 hours are there and see what they can do. But that's a big push for favorite. That's gonna be important if he can hold that HP pool. Is looking better for favorite as well. And yeah, can't afford Tarkans anymore. Probably only Hussar to defend it. I think that's gonna fall. And the monastery is there. And I think Brew might call it if the monastery falls. So maybe we're looking at a short game. At least relative to the other games in this set. And yeah. Traps are being deployed on the monastery. Is there monks out? There is monks being produced by favorite. Will he take his revenge for Deathmatch World Cup 3 raiding going on here? But it's between castles. Won't do 2 minutes. Won't do too much. So the relics will go out. Hussars trying to snipe that. Relics are out. We're gonna call it now. Will he try to save the relics? But it looks like we have a very normal length game here also for DM. And I think favorite will take this from Brew at 120 population. Cav just being pushed back. Winning a normal length game here for favorite is JB. You missed the rest of the set and where all the long game jokes are coming from. And I can tell you they are completely legitimate. But this one, not looking too long. Roger that. Placing the castle even more forward. Placing it on the relics. And Brew having a 3-1 advantage in this set. Having won the same matchup in an epic way. I showed the clip in Deathmatch World Cup 3. Will go down in the Ragnarok quarterfinals after having a lot of chances. Especially in the Franks War where he looked to be so dominant at the start in Atacama. But favorite getting the Magyars here, not deleting his castles, winning the game 7 somewhat repeat and going through against Brew. So my prediction was a 4-3 for anyone, but I tended to Brew. So yeah, amazing set. Went on way longer than it could have. And really, really, really well played by favorite. I think also in the second game, there was a Civ disadvantage for favorite, but he played that better. I think overall, like the games were crazy, crazy, crazy close. So we can't really say the better player won, because these players were super close. But I really liked some stuff like the eco denials, the ratings, the switching side stuff that Favorite did over the set. And so, yeah, I would say very deserved victory to Favorite, but also kudos to Brew. Really, really playing this well. And Onager is set. And he stayed for the whole set, which is making me happy. GG, great series, super close, well played to both. Absolutely. And this is going to be hard to beat in a close set. Not only for the rest of Ragnarök, but probably also for Deathmatch World Cup 5.